and demanded against terror. But India has been quite clear that it will keep its war against terror on. And here, if the shelling continues, the villagers might have to look for a safe place. Many villagers have left these places already, and many are looking for safe place, and they want that peace should be there in this area, especially because this remains exposed to Pakistani posts that have been shelling on these areas, and their houses are now damaged. This is Shivani, camera person Nasir Aziz Khan for India Today from Zero Line at India-Pakistan border.
India's unprecedented strikes on Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir and in Pakistan's Punjab province. What does this mean and the road ahead? Joining me now on this India Today special broadcast are two former chiefs of the Indian Armed Forces. General Ved Malik, former Chief of Army Staff at the time of the Kargil War when India defeated Pakistan, and also Air Chief Marshal Fali Homi Major, who was the Chief of the Air Staff during 2611. He'd sought permission to hit across at that time. Sadly, it wasn't given then. And Air Chief Marshal Major, that time permission wasn't given. This time, when you look at the kind of strikes that have happened across the spectrum, what's that first thought that goes through your head, sir? And can you describe the kind of effort that would have gone into these kinds of strikes?
Good evening, Gaurav, and thank you for having me here.
Good evening, sir.
And good evening, General, sir.
Good evening, Fali.
You know, Operation Sindoor, in my opinion, is a masterpiece.
Go on, sir.
Perhaps one of the most well-planned, well-calibrated, wonderfully conceptualized, and executed wonderfully in a joint effort. The 9 targets which were hit probably by maybe 60, 70, 100 projectiles, you know, whether they were air to ground, surface to surface, loitering ammunition, whatever it was, involves a huge amount of planning. And finally, the flawless execution, which was done, is commendable, and I congratulate our armed forces for this wonderful achievement.
Okay. General Malik, you understand the Pakistani mind better than most. You did not trust General Pervez Musharraf at all. And we are told that General Asim Munir is perhaps a couple of notches even worse than what General Pervez Musharraf or Ziaul Haq were. Your understanding of this operation and how this would be received in General Headquarters in Rawalpindi, the Pakistan Army Headquarters?
Gaurav, it will affect not only his own image, but also image of the Pakistan Army to what has been done by our forces today. And we have to keep that in mind. Now, as far as the terrorists are concerned, people who have been killed at different terrorist camps in Pakistan, they are a cannon fodder for them. So that doesn't really affect them, the Pakistan Army. But his own image has taken a hit. As you would have heard, one of the Pakistani chaps in Bahawalpur, when the firing took place, when the rocket hit Bahawalpur seminary, saying कि हमारी फौजें कहाँ हैं, हमारी फौजें कहाँ हैं. So the fact is that the image of the Pakistani has been affected or has been hit in Pakistan. And looking at his own mindset, his own ambitions, and looking at the image that has been affected in Pakistan, I have a feeling that Pakistan Army will retaliate somewhere.
Okay.
Otherwise, it affects their image in the whole of Pakistan. So we should expect something to happen in the near future. We should be prepared for the worst. And if it doesn't happen, so be it. I think we will all be lucky both in India and Pakistan.
Okay.
But the mindset of Pakistan Army and its leader today it shows to me, or it gives me an impression that we should expect some retaliation from their side.
You know, I heard that voice saying, Hamari Fauje kahan hai? Air Chief Marshal Major, does this completely expose the weaknesses in Pakistan's air defense system? Incapable, caught off guard, though they were on a state of highest alertness. The fact that government officially says, or government sources are talking about maybe 20, 30, 40 projectiles. You say it could be 70, 80, probably even more, that hit 9 targets, and you say it was quite like a saturation attack. What does that say of Pakistan's air defense system and their air force?
I'll sum this up very simply, that if all these projectiles went across and not one was intercepted, it only means that their air defense system now is hollow. And perhaps we have certain countermeasures incorporated along our line of control and international border, as well as in the weapons themselves or the platforms themselves, which have made this possible. But, you know, the whole day we've been discussing these matters very seriously. So let me come in lighter vein. After what has happened early this morning, if Asif Munir, the political leadership, or whatever is left of him in Pakistan, have a little bit of respect and responsibility, they should actually request permission from Prime Minister Modi, and both of them should fly down to India with folded arms and tell us, thank you very much for having eliminated the terror infrastructure in our country.
Oh, absolutely. A sane mind would do that.
Because they've always claimed that we are the victims of terror.
Yes.
So now today, let us remind them that we've sorted out your problem. Come, be bold enough and man enough to come to us and thank us for eliminating your terror infrastructure.
Except, I completely agree with you, Air Chief Marshal, except that there was a wreath that was laid on the mortal remains of perhaps a terrorist. We do not know. One body which was, the entire Pakistan Army, deployment there. There were men in uniform, General Malik, who were lifting that coffin, and there were wreaths that were being laid on behalf of the Corps Commander, the GOC, and the Chief of the Army Staff. And what would that indicate if somebody has died in Muridke in an Indian missile strike and the Chief of the Army Staff lays a wreath? What is the signal there? And if I may, you said that they will retaliate. In what form is, in your understanding, sir, would that retaliation be?
Gaurav, if you recall, Pervez Musharraf had, in one of the interviews, he had said that these are my children.
Yes.
He used the word children as far as these terrorist organizations of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed are concerned. So I'm not surprised that the Pakistan Army and its brass has gone to Muridke to lay the wreath. That should be expected. Now, so as far as the retaliation is concerned, I don't think, we don't have any terrorist camps.
Yes.
So if they want to hit anywhere in India, it will either be a civilian asset that we have got, some important economic asset, or it could be Pakistan, Indian Army asset somewhere. But then when they do that, they will also have to realize that we will be further retaliating from our side and with a stronger mission on their side. But as I said, if they stop it, nothing like it will be good for both countries. But if they don't, we should be prepared for the worst.
And in your appreciation, Air Chief Marshal Major, are we on top of that escalation ladder that is often spoken of when it comes to conventional or sub-conventional warfare? They use terror as an instrument of state policy. So, you know, they could send 10 more terrorists and target civilians in our country once again. But the cost for us, if we were to once again employ or deploy the kind of resources India did, again, is he bleeding us by this low-cost terror war?
If any sense prevails in them, they must lie low. Because in case they think or even dream of retaliating this strike on their 9 targets early this morning, they're asking for huge trouble. Because don't forget one thing, that before the strike on those 9 targets are carried out, the retaliatory ladder was already addressed in the planning of striking these 9.
Yes.
So it doesn't mean that we've just hit those 9 targets and we are relaxed at home. No. The entire armed forces are on high alert. The paramilitary forces are on high alert. And they dare not, if they have any wisdom left in them, they dare not retaliate. Because this retaliation will probably not just cost them a few, very valued targets, but it might ruin that country forever and ever.
Forever and ever, you say. I mean, those are very strong words. General Malik, would the Pakistani retaliation, since all your lives you wargame this, would it be restricted to cross-border or cross-LC hotting up of the line of control, use of medium artillery, 155 mm howitzers? And if I may, before the Ramzan ceasefire and after Kargil war, you had carried out punitive strikes against the Pakistani army along the LC. And if I remember correctly, that time even in the Leh-Ladakh sector, doesn't that bleed Pakistan even more?
Look, firstly, I totally agree with what Air Chief Marshal Fali Major has said just now, that there will be a very strong retaliation. And it is good for them to realize, for the Pakistan army to realize that. But then I don't consider Pakistan army and its present leader to be very rational in thinking. That's the unfortunate part. Having said that, yes, whatever is already going on along the line of control, that is one kind of retaliation which is they are taking. And they might hit some more villages on our side of the line of control or even international border in the Jammu-Kathua sector. That is also a possibility. I'm also reminded of post-Kargil war.
Yes.
For one year almost, they made full use of whatever sleeping cells that they had on our side to cause a considerable amount of terrorist activity in Doda, Kishtwar, etc. And so that also cannot be ruled out. We have to be alert both along the line of control, international border, as well as inside. And retaliatory action, as it is, the kinetic action has already started off.
Okay.
And one thing good is that we are very strong today as compared to what we were in during Kargil war. And that strength gives us the ability to control escalation, to be able to dominate escalation.
So we dominate that escalation ladder, and I'd love to have both of you back on this debate in the coming days on the escalation ladder, specifically on the rungs of the escalation ladder and how we dominate it. I've run out of time on this part of the debate, but always such a privilege to have you on this broadcast, General Malik and Air Chief Marshal Fali Major. Learned so much from you, during Op Vijay and of course during 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks and subsequently on air operations and more. That is all that I have for you on this special broadcast of India First. Many thanks for watching. Stay safe.
Detox teas cleanse your organs. Microwaving destroys nutrients. Cracking knuckles causes arthritis. Well, your feed is full of myths and your kitchen's a lab of unproven remedies. But what's the fact? What is fiction? We'll break it down for you. Myth busting with science, evidence and expert insights. Because your body deserves better than viral health hacks. This is L360 with me, Sneha Murdani.
So sorry. Ui, ada. Maya, oh.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Oh, sorry. Ui, ada. Maya, oh.
A group calling itself the Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for the attack. This group is a front for the UN-proscribed Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba. It is notable that India had given inputs about the TRF in the half-yearly report to the monitoring team of the UN's 1267 Sanctions Committee in May and November 2024, bringing out its role as a cover for Pakistan-based terrorist groups. Earlier too, in December 2023, India had informed the monitoring team about Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed operating through small terror groups such as the TRF. Pakistan's pressure to remove references to TRF in the April 25 UN Security Council press statement is notable in this regard.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
So sorry. We are Maya, oh. So sorry. We are Maya, oh.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today on this big news day where India's mission to crush Pakistan-based terror has taken a major step forward. Operation Sindoor has targeted the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Toiba. And that in itself has sent a powerful message to Rawalpindi and the Pakistan headquarters. How is this all going to play up? Will we see a de-escalation? What's the message sent out by India's Operation Sindoor? Let's turn from there to the very latest that we are getting to you this evening now. The evacuations are taking place across the line of control in villages from Uri, Poonch and Rajouri, which have been the subject or the target of heavy Pakistani shelling, especially Uri and Poonch in particular. In fact, Poonch is where at least a dozen casualties have been reported. Indian forces now are also responding in kind to the Pakistani shelling on high alert across the LoC. As I said earlier, 15 civilians reportedly killed in Pakistan shelling near LoC is what the army is confirming as of now. So all the focus now at the moment is on the LoC. Remember last night India went deep into Pakistan and we'll come to that in a moment. But first, to find out what's happening at the line of control, Shivani Sharma joins me. She's near the LoC. Sunil G. Bhatt, our correspondent, is also near the LoC. First you, Shivani, the Indian army confirming at least 15 casualties, civilian casualties. Unlike India, which is targeting terror infrastructure in Pakistan, Pakistan seems to be now indiscriminately firing at villages along the border, along the LoC. What more can you tell us?
Rajdeep, I'm right now in the Uri sector close to the LoC, and we've been visiting the LoC and the farthest villages out there, and there the houses have been damaged in heavy artillery firing that has happened yesterday past midnight. And 15 casualties have been reported in the Punch sector and Mendha sector, where we've seen how people have been injured and they are evacuated. They are leaving their houses. And Uri also, this picture remains grim because Pakistan is now targeting the innocent civilians, while the Indian Army has been retaliating and responding with their strikes at the military posts of Pakistan and not the civilians along the line of control. So now Pakistan seems to be perturbed after the strikes happened yesterday, and Operation Sindoor is a successful operation where 9 precision strikes happened, but the aftermath seems to be worrying the people along the line of control, because there Pakistan started heavy artillery firing yesterday. Remember, for 12 days it was also violating the ceasefire with small arms, but yesterday it started heavy artillery firing. So there's a sense of worry in the people here in Uri sector too, and the alerts are on a high.
Sunil, you're also near the LoC. What we've seen, places like Poonch, number of families, innocent civilians suddenly finding themselves being targeted by heavy artillery firing. Tell us more about the ground situation where you are.
Rajdeep, right now I am in Poonch district of Jammu and Kashmir, and Poonch district is the worst affected because Pakistan resorted to heavy shelling since hours, and people are facing the brunt of Pakistani shelling. A rattled Pakistan is targeting innocent people, not just near the line of control, but even in Poonch city. Rajdeep, people living in Poonch city have been targeted, and I visited Poonch district and I have filed ground reports from there. Most of the city is empty. People have fled, and the town wears a deserted look. It's a curfew-like situation. Many houses have been damaged due to Pakistani shelling.
Is the shelling continuing?
12 people are confirmed that they have... Shelling has stopped, Rajdeep, but it has created massive panic in Poonch city. People have fled. I have seen that how people were fleeing. Some of them went in their own vehicles. Some of them were fleeing on foot, and there was massive panic among people. They were under fear, and they were saying that they fear for their lives because 12 people have lost their lives in Pakistani shelling in Poonch district alone, and more than 40 people are injured. They have been admitted in different hospitals. They are battling for their lives. Even innocent children have been targeted by Pakistani army. So it's clear that Pakistan is trying to escalate tensions here along the line of control, and Pakistan is targeting innocent people, non-combatants, and even Poonch city has not been spared. I spoke to many people there. They are saying that a situation like this was witnessed in 1971 when Poonch city was targeted. So people are under immense fear. That is why I saw that large number of people have already fled Poonch city, and the town wears a deserted look. High alert has been sounded across the length and breadth of Jammu and Kashmir, particularly in the areas along the line of control and India-Pakistan international border. And that is why administration is also evacuating people who are living near the line of control or near the India-Pakistan international border, because they are vulnerable sections of people. That is why administration is also making contingency plan, and people are being evacuated and taken to safer areas. Rajdeep.
Okay. As you can see, that's what's happening along the LoC. Shivani and Sunil, stay safe. Pakistan targeting civilian areas along the LoC. But India has struck at terror and terror camps in Pakistan. Not just in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, but in Pakistan's Punjab province, the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and the Lashkar-e-Toiba in Muridke. The attack coming, remember, exactly 2 weeks after the deadly terror attack on civilians in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam. The government said the actions have been focused, measured, and non-escalatory in nature, adding that no Pakistani military facilities had been targeted. It's an operation that, in a sense, has sent a firm message to Islamabad and Rawalpindi. Take a look at just what happened late last night.
India avenges terror. At around 1:05 a.m. in an operation involving the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force, fighter jets and drones rained missiles and bombs at multiple terror camps at 9 locations, 5 in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and 4 in Pakistan. In terms of scale and significance, the mission, codenamed Operation Sindoor, was the biggest since 1971 war. Much higher in the escalatory ladder compared with 2019 Balakot bombing. Operation Sindoor targeted terror outfits that were behind Parliament attack, 26/11 Mumbai attacks and the most recent Pahalgam massacre. Among the 9 locations hit were Bahawalpur, the base of Maulana Masood Azhar's Jaish-e-Mohammed, and Muridke, the headquarters of Hafiz Saeed's Lashkar-e-Taiba. Muzaffarabad and Bhimber had previously been identified by Indian security agencies as transit and logistic points for infiltration into Kashmir. At a press briefing on Wednesday morning, the Indian government gave proof of the anti-terror strikes.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया।
No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian armed forces are fully prepared.
The operation that started around 1:05 a.m. ended at 1:30 a.m., lasting 25 minutes. At 1:57 a.m., Pakistan confirmed the Indian attack. By 2:40 a.m., Pakistan began its retaliation, violating the ceasefire on the line of control. While the operation was extensive, no Pakistani military installations were targeted.
India exercised its right to respond and preempt, as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible.
India has sent out a strong message. Terror will not go unpunished. The ball is now in Pakistan's court. Will they learn their lesson or attempt another misadventure? Bureau Report, India Today.
And this time there is clear visual evidence that Pakistan and the terror links that it has have been struck at by the Indian armed forces. There is a video which has now emerged of Pakistani army honoring the killed terrorists in Muridke. Muridke is the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters. Pakistan army generals can be seen at the terrorist funeral. The soldiers are carrying coffins. The funeral of terrorists Qari Abdul, Khalid and Mudassir in Muridke was led by a Lashkar terrorist. That's the significance of this. Hafiz Abdul Rauf and several members of the civil bureaucracy stood there in attendance. In fact, there is a wreath placed by the Chief of Army Staff for the Muridke terrorists. So clearly, this has struck at the hub of terrorists in Muridke at the Lashkar headquarters. And remember, as I said earlier, Masood Azhar has also admitted through a statement issued from his office that at least 10 members of his relatives and 4 key associates have died in the Indian strike. What does all of this mean? How should we interpret Operation Sindoor? Are we now on an escalatory ladder? Those are the questions I want to pose. Joining me now, Colonel Ajay Shukla, Consulting Editor, Strategic Affairs and a Strategic Affairs Analyst. Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma joins me, former Adjutant General. KC Singh, former Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs. Air Marshal BPS Rana is with us as well. And we'll be joined by other guests right through, including former Chiefs of Staff. I appreciate all of you joining us on the show today. I want to come to you, Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma. What's your big takeaway from what has happened in the last 24 hours purely in military terms? How significant is Operation Sindoor, the fact that we went all the way into Bahawalpur and Muridke and targeted terror camps?
Thank you, Rajdeep, for inviting me. The first and foremost is that we broke the glass ceiling. We crossed the Rubicon of hitting Punjab for the first time from 1971. We have been targeting POK over a long period of time, but hitting Punjab, which is the heartland of the Pakistan army, is also the heartland of Pakistan in Sialkot, in Bahawalpur, and in Muridke. All three places would have hurt Pakistan psychologically. It would have affected tremendously. That's one major issue. Second is that we have made sure that there is an escalation dominance. We did not do general mobilization. We did not order leaves to be cancelled largely. And we carried out all these operations, giving clear indication that we have no intention of escalation to conventional war. So that became a clear hindrance to Pakistan in planning their operations thereafter. And third issue, which major one, is that there is now a ceasefire violation. The ceasefire, which was standing for last couple of years, is deemed as dead. And that's what the issue which now Pakistan is taking advantage of, which your correspondents, Shivani and all, were talking just now. So the fact of the matter is that there is a ceasefire violation. There are 600 kilometers of villages all along the line of control, right up to Samba, opposite Samba, which are targetable. It's not Poonch, Uri and Titwal alone, but there are areas of Nashera, of Joria, of areas of Katwa. So, there's a vast variety, large number of people who are tilling other side of the line of the fence. And these are becoming now areas. And the LG today morning ordered these people to be withdrawn. Sorry?
Right. And no, I get your sense. You made a very important point there about the first time we've broken a kind of Rubicon when we've gone into Punjab since 1971, when we've targeted Muridke and Bahawalpur. Ajay Shukla, do you believe that that is the big significance we've shown using missile technology, using our air power as well as military power to send out a message that we can do precise targeting? When I look at that statement of the that was issued last night by the government of India, it was very clear that these were measured, de-escalatory and focused targeted attacks.
Yes, there is no doubt about that. The entire planning of this current sort of trans-border incident has been done with a lot more sense and a lot more effort and a lot more sort of thought than had been done in the last two times when the surgical strikes were there and then followed by the Pulwama sort of truck attack. It is in a way the Indian Army getting ready for a new kind of war, putting its drills and so on in their place. In the morning today, the army had held a press conference where it showed the evidence of what it was trying to prove. It showed the evidence, the visual evidence of the buildings and so on, which were struck by the bombs from the Indian side. And all in all, it is just becoming more professional, more sort of clear. And with that, all that makes it easy for the spectators or for the people from abroad or from the international media to actually come and put together the thing and verify the story, as it were. So there are still a couple of things that need to be clarified and sort of presented. One of them being this allegations about the downing of Indian aircraft. But I'm sure that going by what I've seen today, the Indian Army probably would be able to muster up the evidence.
But there is no verifiable evidence as yet that Pakistan has provided, Ajay, on their claim that 5 Indian jets have been downed.
Yes, there absolutely has not been, whatever little evidence I've seen is, a few parts of an aircraft lying here or there. That could be anything. It's not necessarily an Indian Air Force fighter plane that was down today. In fact, that evidence, the downing today and the freshness of the crash site is something that is very important at this point in time. But yeah, absolutely right. There has been no concrete evidence presented by the Pakistanis yet.
Air Marshal VPS Rana, the significance of what we've seen today, purely in terms of the kind of precision strikes, wherein air power and artillery power and military power has been used. You're on mute, sir. Yes.
Yes, Rajiv. So there are some very, very peculiar things about this particular attack. The first time India has done the preemptive. You please remember in 71 and earlier, it was always the Pakistan which had done the preemptive. This is the first time we have done preemptive, and we have done in Punjab, which you rightly covered. This is the first time that the terror network deep inside has been struck. But what is the most important point in this attack is, one, it is the selection is very, very careful. Each and every site has been linked to the previous terrorist attack. Then another important point is that the attack has been very, very precise. Third important point has been, it has been a synergized approach by the Army and Air Force combined. And probably that was the time taken where it has been a little delay. Probably was this to synergize all effort, all kind of weapons that have been used, the organic weapon of the army, the UAVs, the most likely it has been the air-launched cruise missiles, and also probably the other precise munition. So it is very, very carefully chosen, well-calibrated, very precise attack, not targeting any military, not having any collateral damage whatsoever. So thereby telling and signaling that we can go to wherever we want precisely, deep inside.
So you're saying it's been in that sense taken to another level, and that brings me, KC Singh, to a critical element of what we are seeing. When Uri happened, there was an element of deniability that Pakistan had, that we've suffered no damage. When Balakot happened, the Pakistanis said we've suffered no damage. This time, India has provided real-time evidence, both in its press conference, admirably conducted by two women officers, where they gave precise information, real-time video evidence, visual evidence, backed by the likes of Masood Azhar admitting that Jaish associates and family members have suffered losses, by Lashkar holding funerals of their terrorists in Muridke. That seems to me the big difference. Would you agree that therefore this particular attack will carry far greater weight across global capitals as well?
Well, I'd like to add a few dimensions to it. One is, of course, under the UN Charter, Article 51 permits you self-defense, including a preemptive attack. So what we've done is not illegal. It's permissible under the UN Charter. But more than that, it was also retaliatory. And that's what Prime Minister said in his speech, that we will hunt these guys who have done what they have done in Pahalgam. So it's not just a preemptive attack, it's also a retaliatory attack. But you're absolutely right. Going into Punjab and to the headquarters of Jaish and Lashkar, it's always been thought of, always, I think, after 26/11. Probably it was considered, then the Americans stepped in because they were still in Afghanistan. We didn't do it. But the other, elephant in the room is the nuclear capability of Pakistan. So there's a nuclear bluff that Pakistan has been using, and it is not a coincidence that Pakistan starts using terror against India as a weapon from about the end of 1980, when they already had developed the nuclear weapons. They didn't do that earlier. So the two things go together. And that's why about a week ago, when I'd written a piece and I said, before we go after the headquarters of these groups, we need a good missile defense. We need something like what Israel has. then you don't need blackouts and so on and so forth. The signal goes out to Pakistan that of 5 or 6 major cities will be protected and your missiles will have 2 chances in 100 to penetrate. But once you fire them, we'll obliterate you, which means you eliminate Pakistan's nuclear bluff. This time we've gone without that, but we are calling their bluff because after all, see, even Ukraine is fighting Russia. Russia keeps saying, I'll use nuclear weapons. But countries cannot use nuclear weapons just whimsically. They'll not be acceptable globally. So we have called their bluff. We said we are doing it. Now, let's see what you want to do next. And that is why I think it's important how Pakistan reacts. Will it be just symbolic, like they did last time? They kind of came and hit outside a military facility, and they said, that's it. But they had also downed one of our planes, and so on and so forth. Now, this time they are again claiming they've downed 5 planes. Interestingly, India has not spoken up. We've not denied it. We've not questioned it. It may be useful if they think that can satisfy the Pakistani public opinion and they need not retaliate very harshly. Then we can probably come to some kind of an understanding. But the problem that still remains is the use of water. Because we've said the Indus Water Treaty is in abeyance. We've started stopping and releasing water and therefore showing that water can be a weapon. That'll also be in the Pakistani minds. And therefore, what is interesting is, do they do a symbolic attack or do they choose specific targets? I'm worried about one thing. One of the MPs said, you've gone after our mosques, we'll go after your temples. Now, if they start going after some prime temples in the Jammu area, that can worsen the polarization in India. And the second is, if they come after, just one point, if they come after the dams that we have in Jhelum and Chenab and say, because India is stopping the water, we are taking it out, they'll be very popular in Pakistan, but that would escalate it. So I don't know where Pakistan wants to stop.
With due regard, Casey, let's not speculate, because we could speculate endlessly about what Pakistan does. I look at Shahbaz Sharif's statement. He's trying to, in some way, it appears, try to clutch at straws. You've got the military in Pakistan, which clearly has been taken aback, I think, by the skill with which this operation has been carried out, the seamless skill with which it has been carried out. So we don't know what Pakistan will do next. But General Sharma, you want to quickly come in on that? What are the possibilities of the kind of retaliation that Pakistan will do? A quick comment on that.
Thank you. See, the first point is that Pakistan has a short window. They don't have a window of 2 weeks like what we had to target, because they'll come under international pressure. They have a whole lot of money packed up to come back to Pakistan, so they can strike tonight or tomorrow night. Beyond that, the window will close. So the Pakistan's timing is very short. Now, what can they do? Can they, like you rightly pointed out, can they take saying whatever we have done is enough? So bask into the glory of the villages being hit and also aircraft downed, and then they say some brigade headquarters have been hit as what's being stated in Pakistan. Is that sufficient?
But that's all propaganda. There are no brigade headquarters. You see, the problem is Pakistan at the moment is thriving on propaganda just to satisfy a domestic constituency. The truth of the matter is what Operation Sindoor has done, General Sharma, is expose the terror links. When I see terrorists with the army generals in Muridke at the funeral of terrorists.
The point is kinetic response. Yes. So the other part of the story is that they try and do a kinetic response, something beyond it. Like Ambassador K.C. Singh has said about the water, we have cut 11 times less water has reached Marala headworks in Chenab in 24 hours. So, the total water supply in Marala headworks in Chenab has gone down nearly to zilch. So there is a great amount of damage which is happening on the water supply in the Kharif crop, which is May and June. So that also is an issue around here. I would just say in the end is that where can they hit? They have no terrorist camps to hit in India. Can they hit in a infrastructure? If they hit an infrastructure, they will get a debilitating attack back into their infrastructure. Would they hit into some kind of military establishment or airfields? Well, that can be an option of taking an odd thing. Or lastly, do a choreographed response, what they did after Balakot. Hit somewhere vacant land ground and said, look, we didn't hit your camp or we didn't hit your airfields, but we hit close to it and we have the capability of hitting it. So they have multiple options here.
Before we go into what options Pakistan has, let's focus on what's happened today once again. Because I think today is significant in more ways than one in the manner in which the messaging has taken place. Javed Ashraf, former Indian ambassador to France and someone who's worked closely with the National Security Advisor's office, is also joining me. Javed, what is the significance, you believe, of what's happened in the last 24 hours?
Well, I think it is enormous. First of all, it is not a surprise given the kind of clarity with which the Prime Minister has repeatedly drawn the line on the objectives of our retaliation, and given the fact that over the last few years, our increasingly aggressive posture on counter-terrorism hasn't deterred Pakistan from persisting with the campaign of terrorism against India. So this was, in a sense, expected. Muridke and Bahawalpur are extremely important for all of us who have followed terrorism from Pakistan. Know that these are the two major nurseries of terrorism. Even United States couldn't get them to dismantle these when they were trying to condition assistance and specifically mention these establishments. So going after these two, in addition to the 7, is a hugely symbolic and a real measure of showing that we are capable of going beyond anticipated and war-gamed responses to Pakistan's persisting campaign of terrorism against India. And so this is very, very important. Second, I think it has shown that we have been able to mobilize ourselves in a matter of couple of weeks for a strike of this nature, taking into account the prospect of retaliation, for which we would mean that we would also have to be in a position to dominate the future steps of escalation. So all of these would have been wargamed. It shows our political leadership and our military leadership is prepared to take acceptable risks, and that we have also, speaking internationally, reversed the terms of responses or patterns of responses after each major attack. In the sense, in the past, we would end up having international community intervene to de-escalate. I mean, if you remember, even after Mumbai and before that in Parliament attack, but this time, by taking a preemptive steps to, we have, in a sense, given the international community a fait accompli. So this is a very important step. And that we've also shown the world, in a sense, that if no one else is going to come behind in taking a very clear position on terrorism emanating from Pakistan, then we are prepared to act on our own. And any military action will not be without consequences, without cost. The big question that we would have wargamed is what is the real Pakistani calculation, thinking, capability, and capacity to respond, given the fragility of their economy, the political instability inside the country. And so I think that, as you just heard, when we look at what the responses will be, I mean, we don't have a terrorism infrastructure for them to attack. They will either be civilian infrastructure or civilian targets or military targets, in which case they are saying that we are declaring a full-scale war. And I think that will lead to a level of retaliation from India, which would, be very hard for them to respond to. And second, I think their international position will be even further weakened as a result. So all in all, I think last night, I mean, it's an evolving situation, but I think it does take a lot of political courage and clarity. And also, I think for the military to be able to take this kind of a measure and simultaneously attack 9 sites, including 2 very important ones.
But Javed, has it acted, you believe, as a deterrent? The big question now is, have what we've done in the last 24 hours pushed Pakistan into a situation where, for all the rhetoric, there is now a recognition that we have reworked our own strategic doctrine and used kinetic action to another level to push Pakistan into a situation where they have limited options?
Now, I don't think that this may be a deterrent for some time, but remember, this can act as a great mobilizing force, whether it is, water, for example, is a very emotional subject. You've seen that, and I've just written about it. You've seen that in the context of India and Nepal. You've seen that in the context of India and Bangladesh, happens between states in India. So that becomes a major rallying point to recruit people to the cause. The increasing disruption of ties between our countries is easy to get people to fall for life's sacrificing causes. It is also, remember, this attack like this can be a force for mobilization. And for a
Because I'm showing images there of Masood Azhar, someone who, remember, has been involved in major attacks, whether it's been on Parliament, whether it's been on Pulwama, the Jaish has been involved. Has the message gone to groups like Jaish and Lashkar in a manner that never went in the past?
You see, the message is very clearly there that there is no shield of security anymore for them. But that does not mean that Pakistan will not find new ways, or the Pakistan military will not find new ways to create camps, to create new infrastructure. We have seen that in other cases also. I mean, you've seen the limits of military force from Sahel to Middle East to Afghanistan in absolutely dismantling and terrorism network or deterring future attacks, particularly when it is the sword and the shield of a major military power in our region. So I think there will be a level of deterrence, there will be a level of uncertainty. The playbook has changed. The shield of security may have vanished, but I think it would perhaps require, a great leap of faith to say that we have, in a sense, deterred any future terrorist attacks from us. We'll have
in a moment, I'm going to be joined by Air Chief Marshal Bhaduria and former Army Chief Bikram Singh. But a final word from you there, KC Singh. Do you believe that the world today will stand with India given what's happened?
Look, it's largely known who will stand with you. If Turkey is standing with Pakistan today, the Greeks came out in a favor. The Chinese position is the most interesting. They have condemned the attacks, but they're not taking a very aggressive position. Because remember, with the trade war with US, they're also looking at India as a potential market. If their trade war with US worsens, they need India. So it's not visible. The Chinese may be playing very silently a positive role, hopefully a positive role in restraining the Pakistanis. We'll know over the next few days, because it doesn't suit them to open a new front in South Asia when they still haven't settled their trade war with US, which they consider as of existential danger to them. So there's a big change because of what Trump has done to the world. The whole world is distracted. For instance, who brought about the de-escalation last time? President Trump. He was somewhere in East Asia. He intervened. And within 2-3 days, we got an Air Force pilot back. And we had the elections coming up. The same Trump today said, oh, I see, this has happened. They've been fighting. But what he meant is, I'm too busy. Go and sort out your problem. So the world is different. I think we have a lot more space to act independently. And also, some of the alliances are changing. Some of the combinations are changing. But we have space at the moment, geostrategically, to act independently.
Okay, I just want to give Ajay Shukla also a final word. Ajay, what's according to you, in a way, why is this day significant?
Well, the day is significant, Rajdeep, because of the nature of what has been attempted and launched from the Indian side, which is deep attacks inside Pakistan in order to create deterrence. But I am just call me skeptical, but I believe that there is always room in an operation like this to get it better, to get it right, so that the next time you have to do it, you don't make the same mistakes, you don't have to incur the same casualties and so on. So well done, I would say, Indian Air Force, but make sure that you keep your nose to the grindstone, develop your drills and so on well, and the next time round it'll go hopefully even more smoothly.
Let me leave it there. I appreciate my guests joining me at this moment. I want to go to two other special guests who are joining me, who've been at the top of the ladder when it comes to the Air Force and the Army. I'm joined by General Bikram Singh, former Indian Army Chief. I spoke to him earlier. And Air Chief Marshal R.K.S. Bhadoria, who joins me live, former IAF Chief, was in charge till not too long ago. Air Chief Marshal Bhadoria, give our viewers a sense of what this operation involved. Just explain the nature of this operation, the difficulties of conducting an operation like this, sir.
This would have been a very complex operation. Firstly, the choice of target was very deliberate, and after, I think, great amount of due diligence, looking at the overall direction of the Honorable Prime Minister, a very strong choice of targets, very wide in terms of its geographical expanse, total number of targets, the kind of terrorist organizations that have been targeted, their infrastructure. So firstly, the choice of target, the complexity. Next is the weapons that need to be matched. You need to have pinpoint accuracy. Some of the targets are very close to other infrastructure, civilian infrastructure. So it had to be very precise. Collateral damage had to be absolute minimum. The entire target system had to be struck in a very compressed time frame. Whenever you have so many targets and this kind of nature of attack, there are complexities in terms of, especially when the adversary is fully on alert and fully deployed operationally, there are complexities in terms of its execution, so that it goes through well. So overall, it would have been a complex.
And this is without entering a Pakistani airspace. Unlike in Balakot, where we entered Pakistan, this has been done without entering Pakistani airspace. We've used the latest technology and the aircrafts to do this pinpoint targeting. Am I correct?
Yes, that's what we heard, that there was no need to enter the airspace as such, because of the kind of weapons that are now available, the kind of standoff ranges, and a number of weapons with various ranges and various combinations for the kind of targets that we were attacking. So there would have been no need to enter. But still, it is a complex kind of mission, because many of these weapons need very accurate information and very sensitive handling. So overall, mission, I think, well executed by the three services. Well integrated, because all services are involved in some way or the other in either the mission directly or in combination wherever such tasks are undertaken, because immediately when the target is struck, you take the services to next higher level of operational readiness. Some deployments change, your war deployments come up in order to.
So we moved on that. We moved Air Chief Marshal to the next level from what we did in Balakot. Am I correct?
In terms of operational deployment, yes. When you undertake attack at such targets, immediately before that, you do not move or do not show your moves, because you don't want to give away and you don't want to lose the location, surprises, etc. But after having done this, you need to be prepared for any response from the Pakistani side, and therefore it will entail going up to next higher level of readiness and deployments. So overall, it would have been a very busy day for the defense services. And I think from target perspective, the targets have been well struck. The damage is quite visible from our own, information that was displayed in the briefing, and from Pakistan itself, the kind of videos that have emerged and the pictures that have emerged. So very clearly, all targets struck successfully, and a very robust response to the Pahalgam heinous attack by the terrorists.
Let me go to General Singh. What do you see this as the significance of Operation Sindoor? Going deep into Pakistani territory, targeting terror bases in Pakistan, have we taken our strike capability in a sense to another level?
Yes, indeed, Rajdeep. I think it's a fitting response to Pakistan's carnage, the killing of our innocent tourists in Pahalgam. And the death that has been actually undertaken at this point of time, or I would say last night in the operations, does send a very clear message that, look, we mean business and we are going to take on terrorists wherever they are. The very fact that 9 camps have been targeted, destroyed, 4 of which are in opposite the international border, and 5 are in POK, it gives a very clear message that, look, we mean business and we are not going to accept this any further.
Yeah, the fact is that in the past, we've shown strategic restraint. Even after 26/11 Mumbai, that was our doctrine. Since then, we've had Uri, Pulwama, now Pahalgam. and the approach seems to be gradually calibrated to have a more kinetic action. Have we seen, therefore, in your view, a completely changed policy direction when it comes to tackling Pakistan-based terror? And every time a terror strike happens, India now is on an escalatory spiral with Pakistan.
Absolutely, absolutely, Rajdeep. I think we were rather timid, I would say, earlier, whenever a terrorist attack took place, we were timid. But come Mr. Modi and his government and the directions that they have given to the military, I think we mean business. We've done it in the past at Balakot, we've done it now. And I think Pakistan would be mindful of this in future. But then the point is, they will palm it off to the terrorists. They'll say, look, we haven't done it. It's the terrorists who are doing it. They are not in our control, or they are not perhaps operating from our soil. They're operating from some other areas and all. So the point is, we got to be cautious, all right. While we've given them the right message, we cannot be off guard. We to continue to, think of various contingencies which may arise at the tactical, at the operational, and at the strategic level.
You say, General, that we've abandoned our policy of timidity to take Pakistan head on, but there are also concerns, perhaps, that we are also putting ourselves, as I said earlier, on an escalatory spiral now, and that can lead to a misadventure or a miscalculation. We've seen heavy artillery firing in the last 24 hours across the LoC by the Pakistanis. At least 15 civilians have already died. Villages are being evacuated. Should that be a cause of concern? Once you're in a kinetic action mode, how do you press the pause button? Does that worry you at all?
Well, if ask me frankly, we have already taken in nature. That means we don't intend escalating it. It is up to Pakistan now. And I think Pakistan has already got a bloody nose. They might try and escalate. To what level they do it, where they do it, how they do it, is something which is going to decide as to how we are going to react. So that is something. But otherwise, I think we should be prepared in future. It is very sad that we've had casualties on our side. My heart goes out to their families, to the civilians who've died. But I think these things do happen. And this is how the strategy evolves, for the future. And perhaps we'll start taking, measures to ensure that the villages which are in the close proximity, they have necessary bunkers and their houses are fortified to ensure that they do not sort of have casualties in future. But I think this response has got to be there every time they do something like this, and especially of the nature which happened at Pahalgam.
Do you see the response acting as a deterrent that we've given the fact that we've stuck deep into Pakistan? Do you believe that the Pakistani army will be far more fearful now rather than the bravado they've shown, General Singh, in recent times? General Asim Munir making a statement after what India has done. Is there any fear that will come in with the way we've targeted the Pakistan proxies, the jihadi proxies in Muridke and Bahawalpur?
Absolutely, Rajdeep. But let me tell you, they will try and definitely do something, as a face saver, because the statement that their chief made, as you just brought out, given that statement, given his stance, given his going around and trying to show that the military of Pakistan is ready, he's speaking to the people with 4 stars on a tank. I saw that in one of the, WhatsApp messages which are sent to me. So that kind of thing he's been doing. Now, having done that and not reacting, I think will show that cowardice on his part. So I think they are definitely going to do something, but it will be at the tactical level. They are already actually taking on, they are fired on the line of control. That's where we've had casualties. They will continue to fire, engage the line of control. But given our positions, given our robustness along the line of control, I think we'll be able to maintain the moral ascendancy.
Chief Marshal Bhadoria, do you believe also that what we've done will act as a deterrent to Pakistan, or do you believe that the Pakistani army is desperate enough, the armed forces and the army chief, General Asim Munir, desperate enough to carry on some kind of an escalatory spiral? Is that a genuine fear?
In the immediate aftermath of this attack that we have done, I think they would be desperate enough, and he will not stop here. They would act irrationally in all probability, and there would be, like General Bikram Singh said, an element of response from their side. If there is some sense of rationality, the response should be measured, reasonably calibrated, but they would respond for sure. And on our side, we need to be prepared for such an action and ensure that we defend effectively. So I'm sure our defense forces are well prepared to do that. But in the long run, I think, Rajdeep, for an act like Pahalgam, it was really important to do this kind of action and a very robust response, because a very clear message needed to go, which has gone, that it cannot be accepted. Apart from zero acceptance of terror, which is the policy of Government of India, the nature of this barbaric attack was such that it had to be responded, and it is time we call out. Second issue, I think, is that it is not only the terrorists who were struck. I think Pakistan Army's support to terror and ISI's direct involvement, the direct kind of green light or direct support, covert and overt, from Pakistan Army chief in this case, the world has seen through their narrative that they are not involved, it is not in their control, they are not behind it, is nobody is buying it. Internationally, they need to be isolated. World needs to ask them questions.
Right.
In the long run, I think pragmatism will prevail, and there would be effect. So the deterrence that you talk about would come in with such kind of action, but it will take a little while. I think in the immediate that we are talking, we should be prepared for some action, and we should be prepared to respond. Should they inflict some damage, and if it is a military target, our military is not going to stop. They would respond. Of course, our response would be measured and rational, and de-escalation would be the underlying thought behind any of these actions from our side.
Let me leave it there. Air Chief Marshal Bhadoria, General Singh, I appreciate both of you joining me and sharing your wisdom. As you can see, what we are trying to do is, in our own way, try and ensure that we get a wide variety of views from our top people who've served at the very top of our armed forces to get a sense of where they stand. Today, in fact, was a day when at the heart of the Indian Army's media briefing on Operation Sindoor, itself a name that was poignant and reflective of what had happened in Pahalgam, where a number of innocent people were suddenly widowed by the horrific attack perpetrated by Pakistani-based terrorists. At that army briefing stood not just officers, but a message. 2 women, 2 faiths, 1 purpose, 1 nation. Take a look of how in that moment, perhaps Nari Shakti was truly reflected, and in a way, silence its enemies with the symbolism of that moment. Take a look.
In the shadow of rising tensions between India and Pakistan came a moment of strength, unity, and a message. Just hours after India's Operation Sindoor hit terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, 2 women, 2 warriors stood before the nation.
6 से 7 मई
Colonel Sophia Qureshi, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh,
and successfully destroyed.
2 women officers, 2 different faiths.
1:30 बजे
1 message, loud, clear, and unshakable. The unity of the nation that terror failed to break. The Nari Shakti movement that shook the enemy and inspired a nation. Colonel Qureshi, a trailblazer. In 2016, she became the first woman to lead an Indian Army contingent in a multinational military exercise. Her global experience includes 6 years with United Nations peacekeeping operations, notably in Congo in 2006.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे।
Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, a fighter in the skies, a high-altitude rescue hero in Arunachal, a permanent commission in the flying branch.
A niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations.
Together, they did not just brief the nation, they became the face of New India. Operation Sindoor sent a message across the border. But this moment sent one across the world. India stands united. Bureau Report, India Today.
Jai Hind, and thank you very much. Hello?
You must be tired like me of hearing countless broadcasts like these.
Cyber frauds are the new age white-collared crime. They don't break into your home, but they break into your bank account directly.
Project Shield is an India Today initiative to expose their dirty tricks
and help you outsmart the scammers. Come join us and be 2 steps ahead of fraudsters, because better safe than sorry.
Oh, sorry. We are
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
so sorry. We are
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
oh, sorry. We are
So sorry.
Jio, watch free cricket. Mutual funds सही है. Smart Bazaar.
Good morning and welcome. Thank you for tuning in this morning to India Today Television. I'm Pooja Shali. What happened late into the night? What's happened in the last 24 hours? What about the war clouds between India and Pakistan? All that and more. First, the headlines. This is India's fight to stop promoting, harboring cross-border terrorism that Pakistan has been known for. Sources within the government tell India Today, India can take similar actions on other terror bases too in Pakistan in the coming days if required. But do we think that Pakistan will back down, or will this still not prove to be a deterrent? After India's calibrated approach, reports say escalation appears unlikely, but Pakistan is under pressure, tensions are running high, and the world is watching closely. But this cowardly Pakistan is targeting innocent Indian civilians along the line of control. At least 15 innocent lives of our people have been lost again. Homes have been reduced to rubble. So remember what Pakistan is doing. While India is targeting terror camps, Pakistan is targeting innocent people of Jammu Kashmir at the border. Many have to take shelter in underground bunkers. RB BSF on high alert. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif threatens India. Provocative remarks. India will have to pay, says Shehbaz Sharif. Pakistan resorting to the nuke threat again. But Islamabad is on the edge. Security heightened. Pak Air Base is on alert. Amid all this news, on the sidelines in sports news, Rohit Sharma calls time on his test career. Senior India batter has represented his country in 67 test matches. ODIs continue, but the test cricket, it's time up for Rohit Sharma. If you needed more evidence about the damage to the terror outfit and the hideouts in Bahawalpur of Jaish-e-Mohammed, I have more evidence for you. Our team has managed to bring this satellite image of Jaish and Lashkar camps after the strike. That 100% precision strike in Bahawalpur, the Jaish-e-Mohammed hub, in Muridke, which is the Lashkar-e-Taiba Hafiz Saeed hub. Look at the images that I'm about to put on your screens. Gaping hole on the roof of the Jaish headquarters in Bahawalpur. This is satellite image evidence that we are bringing out to you. Lashkar headquarters also wiped out by the missile strike in Muridke. So two main locations that even Pakistan clearly had not expected. One is Masood Azhar's hideout, outfit, operational center. One is for Hafiz Saeed. I want to immediately bring in Ankit Kumar, who's been tracking all the latest on that. Ankit, good morning. Explain these images to us, both for Bahawalpur, for Muridke, and for the viewer watching, why are these two locations most significant amid the 9 targets?
Good morning, Pooja. A couple of quick takeaways from these high-resolution satellite pictures. First of all, 100% precision achieved by the Indian Air Force. If you see the Bahawalpur picture, the Jamia Subhanallah building, there are two kinds of strikes. First is on the main mosque. You can see that the missiles have pierced through the rooftop, and it has then penetrated the roof, penetrated the floor that we saw yesterday in visuals. The second part of the same building, is the residential compound. That compound has been completely demolished. This is where the family members of JEM chief Maulana Masood Azhar used to live. So two kinds of strikes in one compound shows the precision capability of the Indian Air Force. But to Muridke, the Lashkar headquarters, you see the existing structure completely wiped out. There is no space, no room for any kind of confusion or ambiguity. So these two pictures, one from Bahawalpur, Jamia Subhanallah, the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters, second from Muridke, the so-called Lashkar headquarters, two kinds of strikes. If you see again the central mosque,
correct,
the entire roof is intact.
Wow, yes,
is intact. You can see very precision strike that has gone through the roof. And yesterday we showed visuals that showed craters on the floor. But in the same picture, in the same Bahawalpur picture, you see the adjacent building, in the same compound, the adjacent residential buildings, they have been completely wiped out. There's no hole because there's no building left, because that is the place where people very close to Maulana Masood Azhar used to live.
Ankit, you've been tracking the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba locations for months now. India Today, in fact, was the only channel to have put out the images of the locations earlier where Masood Azhar and Hafiz Saeed have been known to live with the cadre. Tell me the before and after, because I still think what is incredible about it is to hit the Markaz Subhanallah, which is such a precision strike, and same done in Muridke as well. That needs a lot of effort and precision to hit only where it matters and no more.
So earlier this year, Pooja, in the month of March, we put out a story on India Today using satellite pictures. Now, what those satellite pictures showed was that between 2018 and 2025, the compound at Bahawalpur actually expanded, and the speed of construction actually increased at a time when Pakistan was whitelisted from FATF grey list. So that was a visual evidence of terror flourishing under Pakistan since it has been whitelisted by the Financial Action Task Force. That investigation decisively showed that Jaish-e-Mohammed had full protection of the establishment, the government of the day,
correct,
the military establishment, full protection of the Pakistani establishment. But even that full protection could not protect them yesterday. Yesterday, Indian Air Force strikes, the missiles managed to pierce through that protection, that umbrella provided by the
Ankit, this just corroborates the satellite images that you're bringing to us, and we'll put out those images, corroborates the visual evidence that have come from the ground as well. It shows exactly the kind of damage that has done and the damage around which has happened where the cadres or possibly as Masood Azhar's family members were living. But apart from that, just imagine the precision that has happened. The Markaz that was known to be flourishing with terrorism is the one that India has hit. Look at the restraint and the effort that of the Indian Armed Forces. As Ankit says, Pakistan said Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba banned. We are taking action against them. Instead, they had been flourishing on the same soil. Remember that, viewer. Ankit, thank you very much for getting us this big exclusive. But remember that India remains on a high alert. All air defense units have been activated all along the India-Pakistan border to tackle any eventuality, according to sources in the Ministry of Defense. I'm joined by Shivani Sharma, my colleague. Shivani closely tracks the defense forces, and I'm sure you've been speaking to a lot of senior officials, Shivani. What do we make of when we say air defense units have been activated? Because the strike has happened from India. Are we expecting possibly a response from Pakistan?
Certainly, Pooja. See, even before when we were going to conduct the Operation Sindoor, the forces were well aware that we need to enhance our air defense system. They are already in place there even before the Pahalgam attack. But certainly when we were planning these strategic strikes, the precision strikes on these terror outfits in Pakistan, we made sure that any retaliatory action from Pakistan can be dealt with befittingly and with full force. So that is why all the air defense systems that are there on the borders, they are activated, fully alert, and the defense forces are keeping a vigil with the high alertness and deployments at place, because there have been a number of fake narrative that has been circulated by Pakistan about Indian assets being damaged and hit. So we have to fight this dual war on ground, defending our defense establishments also if Pakistan tries any misadventure, as Pakistan's PM had been speaking that Pak will retaliate. On the other hand, fighting the fake narrative by Pakistan that it has caused damage to our assets while Operation Sindoor was in place, and after that too. So Pooja, all the defense systems, all the establishment is on a high alert, and there is a precaution that's been taken, and people are also being made aware in these border areas. You've been seeing that there are circulations of alerts and mock drills that are going on, especially in Rajasthan, even in Jammu Kashmir and parts of Punjab too. So all this is being taken and being monitored by the defense forces at the highest levels. All the air defense systems are at place. On ground, the forces are on high alert and prepared for any kind of eventuality if Pakistan tries to retaliate.
Keep tracking all the latest on that, Shivani, but stay on with me. Shivani is on the ground in Jammu Kashmir. I have news on that. Let's go across to that. Pakistan Army posts continue to resort to unprovoked fires using small arms artillery guns across LoC, Kupwara, Baramulla, Uri, Akhnur, across JNK, where Indian Army is responding proportionately. Remember, some of these sectors are in the Jammu region, but look at this, viewer. Pakistan does not have terror outfits or hideouts in India to attack, because obviously we don't sponsor and encourage terrorism, which Pakistan does. So who does Pakistan retaliate against? Innocent civilians of Jammu Kashmir. Otherwise, it's so passionately claims to say it stands with, but it's people across JNK who are being targeted, and also at the border. Shivani is right now in those locations, and I will not reveal exactly where. But Shivani, tell me, you've been sending us ground reports from Uri. I hear a lot of news reports coming in from Poonch. What is happening? Civilians being targeted by Pakistan military. Can you confirm that for us?
Pooja, 15 lives have already been lost yesterday alone in Poonch area, in Tangdhar area, where heavy artillery firing has been going on from Pakistan's side. And this is the second consecutive day when Pakistan has resorted to heavy artillery shelling, along with the small arms firing that has been happening since last 14 days now after the Pahalgam attack. And India's preparedness is high. India has been responding befittingly and proportionately to these ceasefire violations by Pakistan. But certainly this time Pakistan is so agitated. It has been hitting the villagers, the innocent civilians out here, Pooja. We've been showing those pictures of the houses that are being gutted into fire, totally damaged. People lost their lives, and there are injured people. More than 50 people are injured in Poonch area alone. And here also, we are close to the northern Uri sector. There also there are people who have been injured. properties damaged. They are in worries, and Pakistan resorts to unprovoked ceasefire violations, not only with small arms but artillery shelling also post Operation Sindoor.
Shivani Sharma is tracking all the latest on this. Just imagine, viewers, these innocent civilians living across the border. So after Pahalgam, if you needed more evidence, just in case you had a doubt, they're targeting innocent civilians. And I can tell you, women, children, men along the line of control in Uri, Poonch, in even areas like Kupwara, other areas like Akhnur. That is what innocent civilians of India have to bear and brace because of Pakistan military this time directly. Remember that, viewer. But is it over, or are there going to be more strikes from India? India has struck 9 terror hubs in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir to avenge the deaths of 26 innocent victims and as many families in Pahalgam. Sources within the government have told India today that India can take similar actions if required, because there are quite a few other terror bases too in Pakistan in the coming days if required. Now, the operation is described as ongoing, which means a possibility of escalation if Pakistan retaliates, and especially against civilians. India aims at teaching Pakistan a strong lesson this time. Till when are we expected to continue to face these terror attacks and jihadist attacks by Pakistan? During the post-operation briefing held by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, that clearly became a big highlight, the symbolic messaging of it. India put out this list of Pakistan terror bases. This is, remember, the fact that India is prepared. India knows where the terror bases are, not attacking civilians, the terror hideouts that Pakistan knows and that India also knows about. Some were hit. What about others? Are we looking at possibly more terror camps that will be hit?
हमारी यह कार्रवाई बेहद सोच समझकर सधे हुए तरीके से की गई है। आतंकियों के हौसले पस्त करने के उद्देश्य से यह कार्रवाई महज उनके कैंप्स और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तक ही सीमित रखी गई है। मैं पुनः हमारे आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के शौर्य को मैं नमन करता हूं। साथियों, प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर लॉन्च करके पहले की तरह ही इस बार भी आतंकियों को ट्रेनिंग देने वाले कैंप्स को तबाह करके करारा जवाब दिया है। भारत ने अपनी सरजमी पर हुए हमले का जवाब देने के लिए अपने राइट टू रेस्पॉन्ड का इस्तेमाल किया है। साथियों, जैसी कि आप सबको जानकारी है कि कल रात हमारी भारतीय सेनाओं ने अपने अद्भुत शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय देते हुए एक नया इतिहास रच दिया है। साथियों, भारत की सेना ने सटीकता, सतर्कता और संवेदनशीलता के साथ कार्रवाई की है। हमने जो लक्ष्य तय किए थे उन्हें ठीक समय तय योजना के अनुसार सटीकता से उन्होंने ध्वस्त किया है और किसी भी नागरिक ठिकाने, सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन को जरा भी प्रभावित न होने देने की संवेदनशीलता भी हमारी सेना ने दिखाई है। तो हम कह सकते हैं एक तरीके की सटीकता, सतर्कता और मानवीयता यह हमारी भारत की सेना के जवानों ने दिखाई है, जिसके लिए मैं हमारे सेना के जवानों और अधिकारियों को पूरे देश की ओर से मैं साधुवाद देता हूं और सेना को संपूर्ण संबल प्रदान करने के लिए अपने प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भी मैं साधुवाद देता हूं।
As part of Operation Sindoor and precautionary measures, control rooms have been set up across Kashmir Valley and specifically with regard to the 10 districts to monitor situation. The DM has said that the control room will operate round the clock, will serve as a centralized hub to facilitate interdepartmental coordination, monitor ongoing developments and especially with regard to information that needs to be sent out. So 10 districts in the Kashmir Valley are not only on high alert but also clearly there are these specific control rooms that have been set up. Mir Fareed joins me for the latest on that. Fareed, considering looking at what is happening at the border where civilians are being targeted by Pakistan military, tell me more about this control room. What will be the job of the control room in Srinagar looking at all the districts?
Yes, Pooja, this in many ways is a precautionary measure. Now we know the kind of situation prevalent right now post the attack yesterday and the anticipation that probably Pakistan may retaliate in one way or the other. So these are measures that need to be initiated in such a situation where there would be control rooms in the Kashmir Valley. This order has come from the Divisional Commissioner's office, and each district will have specific numbers of the control room. And that is just to ensure that in case of any eventuality, there is proper coordination. And also importantly, people know if they get into an emergency or they need help, they know whom to help, which numbers to dial, and where to get connected. So it is being done keeping in mind that particular aspect. And also, same control rooms have been set up in Jammu as well. So it's like pan Jammu and Kashmir. This is the policy that has been put into place. And these control rooms, in fact, from today, will get activated, and they have been told to ensure that people do get timely help. And also, in case there is an emergency, there is no issue of coordination between various departments, synergy, and especially if we talk of people or authorities in the LoC areas or international border areas, because those are directly in the line of fire, and they need more coordination, more synergy, and help as far as the situation that really comes up. And
our colleagues around Jammu Kashmir on different locations from the border to the city are tracking all the latest. Thank you very much, Farid, for now. Pakistan troops continue with shelling at the borders. Cross-border shelling along the line of control in Kupwara in Jammu Kashmir. This is the second consecutive day. Remember that this means while Indian armed forces targeted terror infrastructure in Pakistan as part of Operation Sindoor, what are the Pakistanis doing? They are targeting civilian areas. And I can tell you disturbing visuals. Look at that on your screen. Disturbing visuals coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. People of all faith areas from Kashmir Valley to Jammu region at the border are facing this shelling from Pakistan military. Remember, Indian armed forces have retaliated effectively against the unprovoked firing. Evacuations have taken place in several areas. We are told most of the civilian population in Karna have moved to safer areas after Pakistani troops resorted to shelling. Imagine hitting at innocent civilians at the border as more and more people are rushing to hospitals. This is in Kupwara, from where we are receiving information. But there are different locations, I can tell you, across JNK, from Poonch, Uri, and other areas. Sunil Ji Bhatt joins me. In fact, he also got us a ground report from the Jammu region's borders in Poonch. Tell us about the kind of targets Pakistan is openly, blatantly attacking. These are innocent civilians.
Pooja, rattled and frustrated Pakistan is resorting to heavy shelling along the line of control, and Pakistan is targeting innocent people, innocent villagers living near the line of control. And yesterday also we saw that how many people were targeted due to by Pakistan along the line of control in Poonch district as well as in Rajouri district. Innocent people have been targeted, non-combatants have been targeted, and this has triggered an exodus of people from Poonch city and the adjoining areas. People are in panic. They are leaving their homes and they are going to safer areas. Administration has also taken many measures and people are being evacuated and taken to safer areas. But the way Pakistan has resorted to heavy shelling, it has created panic in the border areas. And yesterday, Pakistan logged heavy mortars even in Poonch city. So most of the city is empty. The city wears a deserted look. And late last night also Pakistan once again violated ceasefire, this time in North Kashmir, Kupwara, Baramulla, Uri and in Akhnur sector of Jammu region. So Pakistan continues to violate ceasefire along the line of control. Pakistan is rattled because we have given a befitting reply to Pakistan in the aftermath of Pahalgam terror attack. We have avenged Pahalgam terror attack we have hit Pakistan very hard, and now Pakistan is rattled, and Pakistan is targeting innocent people, but our alert troops on ground at the line of control are giving
the situation, Sunil, now, because Pakistan, if has attacked, and this is Pakistan military attacking even civilian areas, what happens in the towns around you? Are evacuations taking place? Are they being rushed to safer areas? Disturbing visuals. I see even children have been targeted as they are being rushed by parents to hospitals.
Yes, in Poonch town, 12 people have lost their lives in Poonch district of Jammu and Kashmir due to Pakistani shelling, and unfortunately, even children have been targeted. Kids have got killed in Pakistani shelling, and it shows that how Pakistan is rattled, and it's not sparing even innocent people who are non-combatants, who are living in the border areas. So our army personnel who are deployed at the line of control are responding effectively and strongly, and they are giving befitting reply to Pakistan. And at the same time, the civil administration has acted swiftly, and it has now evacuated people who are living in vulnerable areas, and they are being evacuated to safer areas. Pooja, back to you.
All right, and I can tell you that these border villagers, these border residents are extremely brave. I've reported from these border areas. It's incredible. They know and realize the kind of dangers they are living right across the border. But even with Pakistan military targeting them, I haven't seen the kind of courage that you see with the border villagers of J&K. That's where Sunil is reporting from. Sunil, thank you very much for now. So now remember that Operation Sindoor has been successful. It decimated 9 terror camps in Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir and other areas of Pakistan, including in Punjab. This hasn't happened ever before. Pakistan didn't expect Muridke and Bahawalpur to be targeted. Islamabad has chosen to, so to say, not to respond on the battlefield. But how did they retaliate? Targeting innocent civilians along the line of control. There's been indiscriminate shelling. Towns along the LoC, all civilian areas, have been targeted. 15 innocent lives have been lost. And I'm talking about women, children, elderly. Tensions clearly escalating at the border. Many have been evacuated. But look at the visuals on your screen. This is a reminder. Pakistan is not going to stop at Pahalgam. It doesn't set a deterrent to them of any kind. They are happy to target innocent civilians too. Locals have taken shelter in underground bunkers, are trying to find any sort of safe shelter that they can, but leaving behind their home and belongings. I'm talking about Uri, Poonch, Rajouri, Tangdar, Karna. These are across J&K. Military of a country is targeting innocent civilians. This is after what happened in Pahalgam. Now, we are told that Indian Army Chief is in constant touch with the ground units. The BSF, of course, is on an alert. Forward formations have been given as well to decisively respond to Pakistan's shellings. Let me now tell you about what Pakistan could do even further. They could extend retaliatory fire to new sectors. Gulmarg and Gurez have seen emergency evacuations as well. Our forces are on alert. Take a look at this report, especially on the ground, of how Pakistan military is targeting innocent Indian civilians in Jammu Kashmir.
After the biggest ever strike in Pakistan on the terror outfits, we are now at the LoC. India Today is the only channel at the LoC right now where the shelling has been happening since last night and the ceasefire violations continued for 13 days. But yesterday there was heavy fire from these posts that you see. This is the zero line at the line of control in Uri sector, where Pakistan has been firing shells. Heavy artillery gunfire was reported through the night yesterday in multiple sectors, and this was one of those sectors. And in this area, a number of houses have been damaged, though there is no casualty reported. But in Poonch sector, there are 10 casualties that have been reported. Then we'll try and see the damage of the shelling that has happened through the night here. As the situation is still evolving and escalating, we've been hearing that India is still into deliberations onto what is to be done after the ceasefire violation is being done by Pakistan at the borders, because after the Operation Sindoor was conducted in multiple locations, in fact 9 terror outfits, India has decided to go on with retaliation after the ceasefire has been violated. So we'll try and show you how these heavy artillery gunfires have damaged these villages, their properties. So one of these houses here in this village has witnessed heavy gunfire and heavy fires from the artillery guns of Pakistan. You can see the broken mirrors and broken glasses of this house, and there are multiple other splinters that have hit this place, and there are shell marks on the trees also. So this is how these people have been witnessing heavy gunfires of the RT guns from Pakistan last night, and since 13 days the ceasefire violations have been on. आप यहाँ पे रहते हैं, आप ही का घर है ये?
ये हमारा घर है।
तो आपने कल रात को क्या देखा, क्या हो रहा था?
जनाब हमने देखा रात को 2 बजे के बाद जब फायर की आवाज आई, हम उठे तो बस पे शलंग हो रही थी 2 तरफ से, एक तरफ से नहीं 2 तरफ से हो रही थी, तो फिर हम भागने में नहीं बराबरी आई। कोई
कहाँ पे ये निशान हम देख रहे हैं, पेड़ों पे कुछ निशान आए हैं? और
ये तो सामने निशान है ना, उस वक्त तो हम तो छुपे थे, कहीं जंगल में जाकर, कहीं पहाड़ी में जाके थे, छुपे थे, छोटे छोटे बच्चे थे, उनको लेके छुपे थे।
So this is one family in Uri sector that has witnessed the ceasefire violations with heavy gunfire of Pakistan. You see the broken glasses and broken tree branches here, and they are in fear that if the tensions escalate between India and Pakistan, the situation will get serious and grave, and they do not have any place to go if this situation escalates, because Pakistan has been violating ceasefire since last 13 days after the Pahalgam attack. And yesterday, when Operation Sindoor was being conducted, Pakistan started firing heavy artillery in this whole region. And this is an exposed area from Pakistani post. This is zero line at the border, India-Pakistan border in Uri sector, where these villagers remain exposed. And in Poonch, 10 lives have been lost in this shelling from Pakistan side. Pakistan is actually not sparing the Kashmiris too, and this is how Pakistan has been reacting after the Pahalgam attack, when action was taken and demanded against terror. But India has been quite clear that it will keep its war against terror on, and here if the shelling continues, the villagers might have to look for a safe place. Many villagers have left these places already, and many are looking for safe place, and they want that peace should be there in this area, especially because this remains exposed to Pakistani posts that have been shelling on these areas, and their houses are now damaged. This is Shivani, camera person Nasir Aziz Khan for India Today from Zero Line at India-Pakistan border.
India targeted 9 terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir of Masood Azhar, Hafiz Saeed, Hizbul Mujahideen. What did Pakistan do in return? Target innocent civilians along the line of control and the international border in Jammu Kashmir. In Poonch, specifically in the Jammu region, Pakistan military has killed at least 15 civilians, including women, children and men. Take a look at this ground report. What is happening? Why is Pakistan military now targeting innocent people? Not a surprise though, but a reminder of what Pakistan does.
Operation Sindoor, a high-precision anti-terror strike by Indian forces successfully dismantled 9 terror camps across the line of control. These camps were linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba and Hizbul Mujahideen. But hours later, Pakistan hit back not at the military but at the innocent. In what can only be described as a cowardly act, they unleashed indiscriminate shelling across the LoC. Civilian homes were targeted. Villagers caught off guard.
We are at a house here in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch city, and behind me you can see the extent of damage that has taken place here due to Pakistani shelling. Pakistan's mortar shell landed here, the shell exploded and there was a massive blaze here. You can see the extent of damage that has taken place. We can still see flames here.
At least 15 Indians have lost their lives and over 40 injured.
सुबह 7 बजे जाऊँ घर पहुँचे, नीचे चौक में पहुँचे, कोई पता नहीं चला, अचानक फायर शुरू हो गया। रात को सोए हुए थे, सुबह को रात को 1:30 बजे फिर शुरू हो गया, कुछ समझ नहीं आया क्या हुआ क्या नहीं।
सुबह 8 बजे हम घर में थे, पूरा परिवार अंदर था। मकान के छत के ऊपर गोला गिरा, छत के ऊपर नीचे थे, ये नीचे आ गए। बच्चे दूसरों को भी चोट लगी लेकिन वो बच गए, इसके ज्यादा चोट आ गई और बहुत मुश्किल का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। हमारे 56 लोगों को ज्यादा नुकसान हो रहा है।
Among the dead were a brother and sister, just 10 and 12 years old. Their lives stolen before they even had a chance to begin. An 80-year-old mother was left with nothing but silence. Her only son gone forever. A teenager watched helplessly as his father breathed his last. Dozens of families are leaving Poonch for safe zones.
Several of the civilians are now moving to safer locations, moving from Poonch area to other places. Now let's just have a look at the number of people out here, all trying to move to safer places.
बस से का ही उम्मीद लगी है, शायद हो सकता है इस गाड़ी में मिल जाएगी।
क्यों जाना चाहते हैं? कितने फायर?
वहाँ बिल्कुल ही बॉर्डर पे इतनी शेलिंग हो रही है, इतनी शेलिंग हो रही है, सब कुछ घर वर सब कुछ टूट गए, जानवर मर गए, सब कुछ मर गया। वहाँ तो क्या करेंगे? वहाँ
कोई मार्केट गए बाजार सिटी में सेफ एरिया में, कोई हरनी चले गए, कोई जम्मू चले गए, सब पूरा गांव खाली हो गया।
With homes destroyed and fear of fresh shelling looming, many are now seeking refuge in community bunkers spread across the Poonch region. The situation along the LoC remains volatile. Security forces are on high alert. With Kamaljeet Sandhu and Sunilji Bhatt, Bureau Report, India Today.
A reminder how Pakistan keeps claiming that they stand with Jammu Kashmir, but in reality, even innocent civilians in Jammu Kashmir are not spared by Pakistan military. It's a reminder Pakistan doesn't care for innocent civilians in India. I'm heading to a very short break. I want to tell you what Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has said. He's now giving out provocative remarks and says India will have to pay. What does he mean by that? After the break.
Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Open on TV. Motorola Edge 60 Pro.
Hello, Moto.
Big news coming in from Pakistan. Baloch Liberation Army's Special Tactical Operations Squad have targeted a Pakistan army vehicle in a remote control IED attack in Bolan area. We were told that there was a preparation for a military operation. 7 personnel of the army, the Pakistan army, were eliminated on the spot. Look at that. This is the visual of the BLA, the Baloch Liberation Army, that have targeted the Pakistani military's vehicle. All of this caught on camera. A reminder of the internal tensions that Pakistan is facing. 7 personnel of the army were eliminated on the spot. This is in Balochistan. This is the Makkund area of Bolan. And remember, just like the Jafar Express hijack and more, the Baloch Liberation Army have been recording videos, have been gathering evidence, and it's a reminder what happened. Striking visuals, and clearly in many ways a reminder of what Pakistan, that has sponsored terrorism all this while, has to also deal internally with the problems within its borders. All right, so that's the big news coming in. Just look at these visuals. It's a reminder, whether it's the Afghan-Pakistan border, whether it's Balochistan, whether there are protests in Gilgit-Baltistan. But for now, Pakistan in itself continues to harbor Masood Azhar and Hafiz Saeed and more. But look how their own country is right now drowning as much in terrorism. This is also, remember, in many ways, hours after Operation Sindoor's targeted strikes, the BLA has taken credit for 2 separate assaults that have led to deaths of Pakistani military personnel. This is Bolan area specifically, where we are receiving these visuals from. So, this was their BLA Special Tactical Operations Squad using a remote-controlled improvised explosive device. So the big news, meanwhile, remember, has been about in the aftermath of Pahalgam terror massacre. A precise, powerful strike. 25 minutes, 9 targets, 9 terror hubs inside Pakistan cities and especially Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir, which has now become a hub for Pakistan with regard to sponsoring terror. Pakistan also clearly is in a panic mode. But remember, at a time like this, not even trying to de-escalate, Shehbaz Sharif, the Pakistan Prime Minister, says India will have to pay. Defense Minister Khwaja Asif doubles down, playing the nuke threat card again, warning of a possible nuclear war if India strikes again. Islamabad remains on the edge. An emergency has been declared across the capital city. Security has been tightened. Pakistan air bases have been put on high alert. Here are the details coming in from Pakistan and especially the statements from Pakistan's Prime Minister.
भारत के बुज़दिलाना हमलों में 26 मासूम शहरी शहीद और 40 ज़ख्मी हुए, इनमें बच्चे और ख़वातीन शामिल हैं। कौम ख़राजे अक़ीदत पेश करती है और पूरा पाकिस्तान इन शोहदा के ख़ानदानों के साथ है और ज़ख्मियों की सेहत याबी के लिए दुआ गो है।
बहुत हाय हैं और किसी वक्त भी कुछ हो सकता है, लेकिन आज जो नेशनल सिक्योरिटी कमेटी की मीटिंग हुई है उसमें पाकिस्तानी अफवाज को जो है ये इख्तियार दिया गया है कि वो जो भी अगर कोई हरकत होती है और जो रात को जो कुछ हुआ है उसके कोई रिस्पॉन्स जो है वो तरतीब जो है वो पाकिस्तान की अफवाज करेंगे, शेयर करेंगे। तो अल्लाह ताला खैर करेगा इंशाल्लाह। कोई ऐसी बात नहीं है। रात को भी हमने उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया, मुझे पल्ले कुछ नहीं रह गया। तो अब हो सकता है वो फिर कोई ऐसी बात करे जो रात को जो सब कुछ गंवा बैठा है उसको रिकवर करने के लिए वो कोई फिर कोई ऐसी हरकत करे।
इंशाल्लाह ताला ये पाकिस्तान के बहादुर और गयूर अवाम इनके आंखें खोलेंगे और इनको दिखाएंगे कि हम जंग जंग के हामी नहीं हैं, ना हम जंग के हामी रहे हैं, लेकिन अब आपने हमला किया है। आपने पाकिस्तान के बेगुनाह शहरियों पे, हमारा बेगुनाह बच्चों पे हमला किया है, हमारे सरजमीन पे हमला किया है। अब उनको तैयारी और हौसला रखना पड़ेगा, इसलिए पाकिस्तान का जवाब अब आना है।
Remember, at a juncture like this, it's the world watching, and most of the nations have directly come out in support of India. India has answered, especially when it comes to the Pahalgam terror carnage, not the first attack that we've had to face from Pakistan-sponsored jihadists, but this time, with precision and resolve, also putting out a message that Pakistan will need to know consequences. More in this report about the international support. Is Pakistan feeling isolated this time?
One move, 9 targets. Terroristan terrorized. India avenges Pahalgam. And this one is for Sindoor. On the 7th of May, while India slept and the West watched, India's security forces executed a multi-pronged precision strikes on Pakistan's terror hubs. From the sky, the Indian Air Force unleashed missile fire. And from the ground, the Indian Army responded with thunder, launching surface-to-surface missiles. The message was clear: Pakistan will pay for its sins. This strike was not just military, it was diplomatic, it was strategic. India is now telling Pakistan that its land can no longer be a breeding ground for terror. And if Pakistan dares to retaliate, India stands ready with a befitting response. This wasn't an escalation. It was a response, a calculated and measured one, to what happened on April 22nd in Pahalgam. And India garnered global support before taking this decisive step. Pakistan's support for terror was discussed with UNSC member nations. Russia, the US, the UK and France openly backed India. As expected, China tilted towards Pakistan. Gulf nations stood with India while Pakistan had just Turkey by its side. Now even China's tone is softening. It is regretting the action but not condemning it. Post-strike, India has briefed 13 foreign envoys, reaffirming that this is a war on terror. Earlier, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio was given a detailed briefing. Among the global leaders, Donald Trump was the first to react. He said he saw it coming, but he also called for caution from both sides.
My position is I get along with both. I know both very well, and I want to see them work it out. I want to see them stop. And hopefully they can stop now. They've gone tit for tat, so hopefully they can stop now. But I know both. We get along with both countries very well, good relationships with both, and I want to see it stop. And if I can do anything to help, I will be there.
So now that the world is watching, has India's message on terror landed? Has New Delhi struck the right diplomatic chords and isolated Pakistan? Bureau Report, India Today.
You also need to understand, with Operation Sindoor, with the precise strike that took place, Army and Air Force, with their combined effort in 25 minutes, how did they pull off? With what kind of weapons? The 9 targets that were hit. Here's a special explainer about especially the ammunition and the arms used. Managing Editor of India Today, Gaurav Sawant, explaining for you, leaving you with this special report.
India's most decisive fight back against Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror. Till date, from Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir in the north to the southern part of Pakistan's Punjab province, Bahawalpur. This is how vast was the expanse, almost 400 kilometers plus, where Indian Army used its superior air power and missile power to punish Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror. There have been counter-terror operations in the past, but this, unlike in the past, was not limited either in scale or scope. Operation Sindoor was also technologically the most robust and expansive. The mission was an air-to-ground operation involving the deployment of the Indian Air Force, the Indian Navy, and the Indian Army. For air, fully equipped Rafale Omni-Role fighter jets of the Indian Air Force operated from deep within Indian territory. These were supported by the Sukhoi 30 MKIs, air dominance fighters, and the Mirage 2000s multi-role fighters. Of course, there was also the mid-air refuelers and the AVACs, the airborne command, control and early warning systems in place. Of course, there were also the unmanned aerial vehicles. As far as the Indian Navy is concerned, it had the P-8Is, the flying frigate up in the sky, scanning multiple targets across the length and breadth of Pakistan. So this was India's multi-domain operation. But let's first talk about India's most potent and the latest weapon of war, the Rafale. The payload, it includes the Mica, the Meteor, beyond visual range air-to-air missiles, the Scalp, extended range cruise missiles. Of course, it's also armed with the Exocet AIM-39 anti-ship missiles, but not in this role, and the precision-guided bombs that it has. It also has the internal 30mm cannon. The weapons that are on board the Rafales, the Scalp cruise missile, also known as the Storm Shadow. These are long-range cruise missiles designed for deep penetration strikes with ranges between 250 to 350 kilometers and more. Now, these are cruise missiles. They are almost hugging the surface, very difficult to detect on any radar. What's also extremely significant, it has two-stage detonation. It penetrates a hardened bunker and then it detonates. That is where it's very critical in destroying vital assets, vital points, bunkers, and in this case, the Subhanallah Masjid and the Markaz at Muridke. So both in Bahawalpur and in Muridke, the Scalps played a critical role. Let me also tell you about this long-range air-launched cruise missile with a range of, in some instances, close to 500 kilometers range. The warhead is a gigantic, a massive 450 kilogram Broch warhead. The launch platform, of course, is the Rafale. Now, the fact about this is the ability to penetrate even the hardened underground bunkers. Stealth features immense. It tremendously has the capability to avoid radar detection. And it's not just the Scalps that we're talking about. We're also talking about the Hammer, which is the highly agile modular munition extended range, as the name suggests. Now, these are bombs that are fired off the Rafale. So that's a kit that's fitted onto the 250 kilograms, 500 kilograms, and 1,000 kilograms bombs that can be then guided using either GPS or infrared or even a laser designator. Now, these were used against multi-storied buildings. They've been used extensively in the past in Libya, in Syria, and now, of course, in Pakistan. So when we talk about the Hammer guided bomb kit, it can be fitted onto that standard bomb, like I said, between 250 kgs to 500 to up to 1000 kgs. The range extremely critical, between 60 and 70 kilograms. Again, the guidance system is either GPS or infrared imaging or even laser guidance. The launch platform, once again, remains the Rafale. What's extremely critical about the Hammers and the Scalps? During the Galwan standoff with China in 2020, Indian Armed Forces, the Air Force, speeded up the acquisition of the Hammer and the Scalps. High precision, all-weather capability against stealth fighters. But what's also an added feature is the ability to correct its trajectory mid-flight. So extremely difficult to detect on a radar and almost impossible to stop when it takes down its target. Let me also now talk about the kamikaze or suicide drones. Completing the strike triad was the loitering munition, also known as the kamikaze drones. These drones hover over the target area, they transmit real-time data, and then they can either strike autonomously or can be detonated via remote control. And you saw them in action in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. These are unmanned combat aerial vehicles used very extensively in Operation Sindoor, developed by the Israel Aerospace Industries, known as the kamikaze or the suicide drones. They have an operational range of about 200 kilometers and can stay in the air for up to 9 hours. And that is why they are known as loitering munition. They can loiter over the target, see the target, acquire it, and then detonate. Launched from a vehicle-mounted device, and that is why these are weapons of choice in operations. Now, the operation was to strike 9 locations across Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, but not limited to POJK, also in Pakistan, or as some in Pakistani Punjab say, proper Pakistan. Muridke and Bahawalpur is as proper as it gets. And these include, right from the top, the Savai Nala camp. This is in Muzaffarabad in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. The Syed Bilal camp, again in Muzaffarabad. Then you keep coming down, the Gulpur camp, the Kotli camp, the Barnala camp, again keep moving south of Pir Panjal, the Bimbar and Abbas camp in Kotli in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and now come down to Sialkot. This is the international border area. Barely 6 kilometers from the international border is the Sarjal camp. The 9 targets on the hit list included 3 extremely high-profile targets. Let's first talk to you about the Markaz Subhanallah at Bahawalpur, the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed and a significant training facility for terrorists. Bahawalpur is deep inside Pakistan, the southern part of the Punjab province, and Bahawalpur is the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. They have a swimming pool, horse riding facilities. This Masjid Subhanallah was used to indoctrinate youngsters to become radical Islamist terrorists, like the ones who attacked the Indian Air Force base at Pathankot, like the ones who have attacked India in Pulwama, which led to an attack on Balakot. And yet this radical Islamist terrorist organization continued to operate. And of course, it's now been set on fire. But that's not the only one. It's also the Jamaat-ud Dawa or Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters at Muridke. The professor of terror, Hafiz Muhammad Saeed, operated from here. India today has reported from this place. Now, Hafiz Muhammad Saeed is wanted in India for a series of terror attacks, from the Parliament attack to 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks. And this is one of the biggest terrorist organizations in the world. David Coleman Headley was a Lashkar-e-Taiba sleeper cell in the United States of America. That Captain Tahawwur Hussain Rana of the Pakistan Army was a Lashkar-e-Taiba sleeper cell in Canada. They are both convicted of plotting a terror attack in Europe, and now Tahawwur Hussain Rana has been sent to India, extradited to India to face trial in 26/11. He had also gone to Muridke, barely 50 kilometers from Lahore, just a couple of kilometers from the 4 Corps headquarters of the Pakistan Army. Incidentally, Bahawalpur also has the 31 Corps headquarters of the Pakistan Army. So imagine 2 top terrorist organizations were operating so close to 2 prominent core headquarters of the Pakistan Army. We spoke of the Markaz-e-Taiba at Muridke, and the third one is the Syed Bilal camp in Muzaffarabad, and this is a major Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist launch facility and a transit camp for terrorists after their training before they are infiltrated into India. Pakistani army officers provided training to terrorists at this camp. It's a Jaish-e-Mohammed terror transit camp, and it has now been destroyed, as you can see in these images. Now, when these airstrikes were conducted, the Rafale fighter jets were flanked by the Mirages and by Su-30 MKIs, and this is what forms the massive package. These fighter jets, they keep an eye on each other. One is leading the strike, the other is scanning the flanks like as the wingman, and then you have others who are there to protect these two entities from any hostile action. So it's a big package that is sent out. It also has the AWACS behind the eyes in the sky to keep an eye on all activity. Every aircraft that takes off from any airfield across Pakistan, every missile that's fired from anywhere across Pakistan is on the radar of not just the AWACS, not just the Rafales, not just the Sukhoi MKIs, but also the P-8Is, the long-range maritime reconnaissance aircraft of the Indian Navy. And that is how integrated the Indian warfighting capabilities are. They're all back at their bases, but they are once again, several of these aircraft are carrying out aggressive combat air patrols, protecting our skies from that radical Islamist terror state, Pakistan.
Open on TV. Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
हम में से कोई जंग नहीं चाहता। हम लोग जो खासकर जम्मू कश्मीर में रहते हैं, क्योंकि अक्सर बेशतर हमने देखा है, हम तो चाहेंगे कि हालात जो हैं वो दोबारा ठीक बने, लेकिन उसके लिए पहले हमारे जो पड़ोसी मुल्क हैं उनको अपनी बंदूकें शांत करनी होंगी। यहाँ से फिर बंदूक चलेगी नहीं।
जियो वॉच फ्री क्रिकेट। म्यूचुअल फंड्स सही है। स्मार्ट बाजार।
Good morning and welcome to The First Up. I'm Pooja Shali. Thank you for tuning in this morning. Our latest updates coming in about India-Pakistan war clouds and ground reports from Jammu Kashmir. First, the headlines. Is Operation Sindoor 2.0 next on the cards? Sources say India can take similar action if required on other terror bases in Pakistan. More evidence of India's 100% precision strike on Pakistan terror headquarters. Satellite images accessed by India Today show Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba camps post the attack, the before and after, to show the precision and the impact. Will Pakistan back down? Will it decide to not support terrorism anymore? Or will there be a response that could prove heavy for Pakistan? After India's calibrated approach, reports say the escalation appears unlikely. Pakistan but feels the pressure. Tensions are running high. The world is watching. But look at Pakistan. It doesn't have terror outfits in India to target, so it's targeting innocent civilians along line of control. 15 innocent lives at least have been lost for now. Homes reduced to rubble along LoC. Innocent civilians rushing to the hospitals. Locals have taken shelter in underground bunkers. BSF and Indian Army are on high alert. Evacuations have taken place. But remember what Pakistan does, targeting innocent civilians of Jammu Kashmir. And amid all of this, Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is threatening India, saying India will have to pay. Pakistan even resorting to a nuke threat again. Islamabad is on the edge, security heightened, Pak air bases are on alert. To ensure that you have more exclusive evidence of what is it looking like with the Jaish and Lashkar camps after the attack, you've seen the images that have been provided by the armed forces yesterday during the press conference. Then came in visuals from the ground as well. And now, look at this. India today has accessed satellite images of Jaish and Lashkar camp to prove 100% precision strike, not at civilian areas, but in Bahawalpur and Muridke, where Jaish-e-Mohammed, Masood Azhar, Muridke, Lashkar-e-Taiba, Hafiz Saeed's terror camps were working. Look at these images. Lashkar headquarters wiped out by the missile strike. Gaping hole on the roof of the Jaish headquarters in Bahawalpur. So two different areas. And something that Pakistan never expected all these years, since 2000, especially after the release of Masood Azhar and him organizing these attacks. Let's go across immediately to Ankit Kumar. He's joining me from India Today newsroom. Ankit, good morning. You've accessed these images. Explain this to us, and for the benefit of the viewer, how this corroborates in itself what we have already from the ground.
So what we have, Pooja, is commercial high-resolution satellite pictures provided by US-based space tech company Maxtech Technologies. So this is not provided by the Indian Army. This is commercially available satellite pictures. Now, it shows some minute details that were probably not reported yesterday. It also shows you the extent of damage caused and the excess of precision. So this picture is Jamia Subhanallah, the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters. Now there are two parts of this building. This is the central mosque. This is also used to be the gathering hall. Now, if you can stay with this picture, stay with the earlier picture. The precision of the strikes is visible in those pictures. Remember, two kinds of weapon systems were likely used. There were hammer munition and scalp missiles. We can show if you focus on this part. If you focus on this part, you can see only some part of the roof was damaged. As opposed to this is again part of the same Bahawalpur building. If you can ask the producers to stay on one picture so that I can explain. So this is from Muridke. This shows a very heavy damage. Now this is a before picture. This is a before. This is the after picture. This shows 100% precision achieved by probably the hammer munition. You can see the rest of the rooftop was intact, as opposed to this picture. In this picture, the entire compound has been destroyed. This is again Muridke. This is the after of the Muridke. The entire compound has been destroyed. So this is likely caused by a missile system, as opposed to what we see in Bahawalpur. So at one compound, Pooja, we see two kind of precision strikes. One probably for symbolism. Second, to cause extensive damage. Remember, to be able to pinpoint which part of the compound the associates of Masood Azhar lived is based on intelligence. But again, to be able to hit that part with absolute precision. That takes skill set. That takes ability. That takes technological achievement. All these things are now visible in this satellite pictures. Pooja.
Ankit, stay on with me. As we look at these visuals that Ankit Kumar has brought us, remember the ground visual of Markaz-e-Subhanallah, for example, which shows craters, which shows gaping hole on the roof. That's what now Ankit Kumar, through satellite images, are confirming to us about how there are similar craters and holes, and then how adjacent buildings, where even Masood Azhar has now accepted that his family members have been killed. But think of the family members whom Masood Azhar's attacks have led to when it came to Indian civilian deaths, whether it was the IC-814 hijack, whether it was the later Parliament attack, the Pulwama attack, the family lost because of Masood Azhar. Stay on with me, Ankit. This is only reflective of the impact that India has decided to put forth, not targeting innocent civilians, but those who have been supportive of Jaish-e-Mohammed, who've been associated with Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. Lashkar headquarters wiped out in this missile strike. Just think of the precision. The Research and Analysis Wing, RAW, and other agencies, intelligence agencies, provided exact locations, coordinations, helped the armed forces that then, with their courage and valor, carried out these missile strikes right where Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters, as the agencies say, is called the Operational Terror Hub in Bahawalpur, and then Muridke, which is in fact very close to Lahore, where that attack has happened, which is Lashkar-e-Taiba, Hafiz Saeed's operational centers. And as Ankit continues to tell us, Ankit, I'm looking at all the reports that you've been bringing all these months. What do you think this really explains? Because officially Pakistan said, we have banned these organizations, but this doesn't look like the structures of banned groups.
That's right, Pooja. If you go back in time and just focus on the Bahawalpur compound, you know, we had put out a report earlier this year in March. We showed using satellite pictures how the compound in Bahawalpur has in fact been expanding. This picture on your screen, this is Muridke, right? Let me just show you what has happened yesterday. On your left is a picture before the strikes. You can see this compound. Let's focus on this compound. After the strikes, this entire compound is gone. This entire compound, it's vanished. Next we can show the Bahawalpur picture, the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters, also known as Jamia Subhanallah. So on your left is the before picture of the Bahawalpur mosque. This is the main part of the mosque. On your right, you can see precision strikes on the rooftop of this mosque. On the left, this is the before picture. On the right, you have clear evidence of precision strike at the rooftop of the Bahawalpur mosque. If you focus on other parts of this same compound, there's also evidence of entire building that has been wiped out. So two kind of weapon systems at play, visible signs of two kind of weapon systems used by Indian Air Force at Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters in Bahawalpur through these satellite pictures.
Question I have for you here, because you've been tracking these images, for the viewer watching who may not be associated with the defense forces, how difficult is it to really be able to have this level of precision to ensure to hit where it needs to hurt, but not really any more around it?
Well, we witnessed in Balakot, Pooja, didn't we? There were a lot of questions about the accuracy of Indian Air Force to hit with precision, with 100% precision. You know, the satellite pictures that came after Balakot strike that showed the building that was intact, right? In this point, in this case, the one side, if you see this part of the compound, which is a very large compound, there are two kind of structures. First is the main building, which is used as a central hall for gatherings, etc. There's also a residential part where associates of Masood Azhar used to live. The two patterns that we keep talking about, the central building is intact. There you can see visible roofs. You can also see, yesterday we saw through visuals that there were large craters on the floor. But the residential part from where the casualties have been reported, those have been completely wiped out. So to answer your question, you need intelligence. Intelligence was there even in Balakot. This time around, the intelligence, we believe, is even more sharper. But this time, the ability to hit those precise points with two different kinds of system, missiles and munitions, that makes this particular operation very, very, very special, Pooja.
Ankit, thank you for getting us these updates, and it's a reminder of the effort that has gone in and the restraint shown by India that we will hit but only the terror camps, even though Pakistan has been consistently harming our civilians, whether in Pahalgam or now at the border. Ankit, thank you very much for now. We have more news coming in. Let's take a look at that. So gaping holes on the roof of the Jaish headquarters. Muzaffarabad in Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir, the terror hub that it's become. That specific area, that specific, so to say, a mosque premises, but in the garb of the place of worship, which was clearly being used for indoctrination, terror training. The Bilal Mosque in Muzaffarabad also has been found demolished. But remember, viewer, when we talk of a place of worship, we're also talking about how there has been consistent effort to be able to use it or misuse it to be able to indoctrinate further. I have Shivani Sharma, who's at the border, has been reporting. Shivani, tell me more about what are you hearing from different areas?
Pooja, see, we've been getting these videos now from Pakistan's devastation that has been caused after the strike of Operation Sindoor. And yesterday, the armed forces themselves had released the videos of the attack. But the devastation on ground is now very much evident and visual, though the casualty figure has not been given out officially. But what we have been reporting and hearing that more than 80 and 90 terrorists have been neutralized in these attacks. And these areas, most of them have been in the guise of markaz or mosques, but India has inputs that these markaz were actually the headquarters of the terror outfits, the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the Lashkar-e-Taiba. And we've seen that how big terrorists like Hafiz Saeed, they have been given a shelter in Pakistan and they have been endorsed in Pakistan, and they were also running training camps out there. They were radicalizing and they were running a campaign of terror, and especially against India. So Pooja, now we see how these buildings have been totally devastated. They are broken. There are deaths that have been reported. We've been seeing how the funerals have been happening yesterday of these terrorists inside Pakistan's territory. And India has brought out the visual evidence evidently of all these 9 targets that were neutralized in Operation Sindoor, the devastation on ground, and the facility that was running inside these buildings is very much clear to show that how they were being given a VIP treatment with swimming pools inside, Pooja, with the kind of buildings they were living in. They were running these headquarters in the name of markaz, and they were actually running these terror outfits, and they were being endorsed and sheltered by the government in Pakistan, despite the fact that they've been connected to a number of attacks in India, not only 26/11, the parliament attack, the attack in Pulwama, the latest Pahalgam attack. So all these terror organizations, they were operating from inside of these terror outfits, and they have been neutralized, and we can see evidently the pictures of devastation, not only in terms of the deaths that have happened, but the buildings and infrastructure that has been completely destroyed out there.
Remember that, and it's a matter of pride, I must reiterate how India decided to hit precision strikes with regard to terror hubs, even though fully realizing that Pakistan only intends to harm innocent civilians in India, which it continues to do. Thank you very much for now. Shivani Sharma is tracking all the latest from on the ground. 9 terror hubs in Pakistan cities and Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir. 25 minutes when all these targets, one after another, every minute was achieved. Sources within government, however, have told India today that India can take similar action on other terror bases if required in the coming days. The operation has been described as ongoing, possibility of escalation if Pakistan decides to retaliate. India aims at teaching Pakistan a strong lesson. Till when are we supposed to, one after another, face terror attacks against our innocent civilians by Pakistan-sponsored jihadist activities? During the post-operation briefing held by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, a symbolic message in itself, India put out a list of Pakistan terror bases. The details have always been with India. Pakistan, of course, has been sheltering and harboring this. But in today's in the strike that happened about a day ago, some of these targets were hit. What about other targets? Are we looking at possibly more strikes by India?
हमारी यह कार्रवाई बेहद सोच समझकर सधे हुए तरीके से की गई है। आतंकियों के हौसले पस्त करने के उद्देश्य से यह कार्रवाई महज उनके कैंप्स और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तक ही सीमित रखी गई है। मैं पुनः हमारे आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के शौर्य को मैं नमन करता हूं। साथियों, प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर लॉन्च करके पहले की तरह ही इस बार भी आतंकियों को ट्रेनिंग देने वाले कैंप्स को तबाह करके करारा जवाब दिया है। भारत ने अपनी सरजमी पर हुए हमले का जवाब देने के लिए अपने राइट टू रेस्पॉन्ड का इस्तेमाल किया है। साथियों, जैसी कि आप सबको जानकारी है कि कल रात हमारी भारतीय सेनाओं ने अपने अद्भुत शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय देते हुए एक नया इतिहास रच दिया है। साथियों, भारत की सेना ने सटीकता, सतर्कता और संवेदनशीलता के साथ कार्रवाई की है। हमने जो लक्ष्य तय किए थे उन्हें ठीक समय तय योजना के अनुसार सटीकता से उन्होंने ध्वस्त किया है और किसी भी नागरिक ठिकाने, सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन को जरा भी प्रभावित न होने देने की संवेदनशीलता भी हमारी सेना ने दिखाई है। तो हम कह सकते हैं एक तरीके की सटीकता, सतर्कता और मानवीयता यह हमारी भारत की सेना के जवानों ने दिखाई है, जिसके लिए मैं हमारे सेना के जवानों और अधिकारियों को पूरे देश की ओर से मैं साधुवाद देता हूं और सेना को संपूर्ण संबल प्रदान करने के लिए अपने प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भी मैं साधुवाद देता हूं।
Piyush Mishra is joining me this morning on the First Up. Piyush, good morning. Tell me more about what are you picking up from your sources in the government about the strategy at play, because the strikes have happened at prominent locations. Is India looking at Operation Sindoor 2.0? How is Pakistan responding? Tell us the details.
Good morning, Pooja, and to all our viewers. And as far as this operation is concerned, the Indian armed forces have carried out Operation Sindoor successfully. And as far as Sindoor 2.0 is concerned, on that there is no clarity coming in from the government as of now. But one thing is clear, that if there is any kind of misadventure shown by Pakistan, then befitting reply will be given to Pakistan. Yesterday, Rajnath Singh also said that we do not attack anyone, and if anyone dares to cast an evil eye on our country, then we will respond them in our strongest manner, and befitting reply will be given. And that's what the armed forces are also doing. So the armed forces are in fact, Pooja, are very much alert on the borders, and they are keeping a tight watch on each and every development. In fact, airspace is also being monitored closely by all the officials. We'll have to see what kind of steps Pakistan is now further going to take, and then it's very much certain that if Pakistan shows any kind of misadventure, then certainly escalation will take place, and country will respond accordingly.
You should keep tracking all the latest, and possibly if you're looking at more huddles and meetings through the day today as well. India has decided to hit back and 9 terror hubs. Global powers are watching this too. Pakistan at this juncture does find itself increasingly isolated, but in many ways, remember, this is as much about India's precision as resolve as well. What happens then? How will the world react? Is this the turning point when possibly world powers will decide once and for all to stand with India in this fight against terror?
One move, 9 targets. Terroristan terrorized. India avenges Pahalgam. And this one is for Sindoor. On the 7th of May, while India slept and the West watched, India's security forces executed a multi-pronged precision strikes on Pakistan's terror hubs. From the sky, the Indian Air Force unleashed missile fire. And from the ground, the Indian Army responded with thunder, launching surface-to-surface missiles. The message was clear: Pakistan will pay for its sins. This strike was not just military, it was diplomatic, it was strategic. India is now telling Pakistan that its land can no longer be a breeding ground for terror. And if Pakistan dares to retaliate, India stands ready with a befitting response. This wasn't an escalation. It was a response, a calculated and measured one, to what happened on April 22nd in Pahalgam. And India garnered global support before taking this decisive step. Pakistan's support for terror was discussed with UNSC member nations. Russia, the US, the UK and France openly backed India. As expected, China tilted towards Pakistan. Gulf nations stood with India while Pakistan had just Turkey by its side. Now even China's tone is softening. It is regretting the action but not condemning it. Post-strike, India has briefed 13 foreign envoys, reaffirming that this is a war on terror. Earlier, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio was given a detailed briefing. Among the global leaders, Donald Trump was the first to react. He said he saw it coming, but he also called for caution from both sides.
My position is I get along with both. I know both very well, and I want to see them work it out. I want to see them stop. And hopefully they can stop now. They've gone tit for tat, so hopefully they can stop now. But I know both. We get along with both the countries very well, good relationships with both, and I want to see it stop. And if I can do anything to help, I will be there.
So now that the world is watching, has India's message on terror landed? Has New Delhi struck the right diplomatic chords and isolated Pakistan? Bureau Report, India Today.
I'm heading to a very short commercial break, but stay tuned because I have a very important ground report coming in. How did Pakistan, if at all, retaliate on this? By targeting innocent civilians, targeting people of Jammu Kashmir on the border, killing our innocent people. After a break.
Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Open on TV. Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Government calls all-party meeting today. Congress hails success of Operation Sindoor, says proud of Indian Armed Forces. CBI Director Praveen Sood gets 1-year service extension.
Pakistan continues by its military with regard to small arms firing, even artillery fire, right along the line of control. A hydropower corporation headquarters has been targeted, several shells landing inside the compound. Damage has been seen to residential structures as well. The NHPC runs a power project in Uri, in the Kashmir Valley and along the line of control. So remember, viewer, that while India targeted the terror hubs, the terror outfits of Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed with precision strikes in Pakistan, what has Pakistan done? Its military is blatantly targeting residential structures in India at the border, innocent people. Pakistan pretends to claim that it stands with Jammu Kashmir, but exactly in practice, it does the opposite, which is to target residential structures. It's a hydropower corporation quarter being targeted. NHPC runs a power project in Uri. Ashutosh Mishra is presently in Poonch in Jammu and Kashmir. Poonch is one of the worst hit areas right now on the border. Ashutosh, go ahead, show me around if you possibly can, if it's comfortable and convenient. What are you looking at? Targeting innocent civilians is what Pakistan military is doing.
Nothing less than, if I say, Pooja, that Pakistan was totally rattled in response to the terror, the striking the terror hub in Pakistan, in POJK, and all it did targeting the innocent civilians in Poonch, and everything that came under attack. And that I could see, if I have seen the pieces of those shrapnels, there were no less than until it is fired from the artillery. So clearly looking in the area Poonch, which is known that at certain positions, that Pakistani army having advantage, they fired these long range of these barrels, and all this targeted in the civilian areas. Somehow while passing through in Poonch area, look at this, how this, when these shells were fired, the shells passes through certain dense population area, they damage. In fact, one of these shell could have potentially damaged the number of the casualty, would have gone way higher. But this Hanuman temple, this large and a giant people tree, actually prevented that. And that could have been a, another heavy casualty. So one of the shell that was fired, which got stuck in this area, and the piece of the shrapnels that were stopped by this temple, this Hanuman temple. And look at this how there is a damage to these temples. The shrapnels actually fell this, and that reduced the impact and magnitude. So far that we know, the number is around 14 to 15 that people killed. Imagine even if that shell would have gone here, people all around here, there is a locality, the number could have been way higher. I'm joining by a few locals here in Poonch that I see, and perhaps one of the most scary times for them. Last I remember, the similar attack took place in 29 when Balakot airstrike took place exactly in Poonch, where I am, right across the river. I had seen number of the damages because of the heavy shelling. But 2 दिन आप लोगों ने जो यहाँ देखा है, थोड़ा सा आगे है, 2 दिन आप लोगों ने जो देखा है, यहाँ पर आप लोग थे उस समय जब शेलिंग हो रही थी?
मैं पुजारी हूँ मंदिर का, जहाँ पे पूजा कर रहा था, जब गोला पड़ा, हम अंदर आरती कर रहा था, भागे फिर।
और भी लोग थे यहाँ पे? महाराज
मैडम थी,
एक और लोग थे, और आसपास बाकी लोग
नहीं थे, एक जे थे।
घरों में छुपे हुए थे उस वक्त, तो शेलिंग हो रही थी।
तो इस तरह की शेलिंग आखिरी बार आपने कब देखी थी?
41 में, अपने 71 में हुई। इतनी जबरदस्त फायरिंग नहीं हुई है पूंछ में, सिटी में नहीं हुई कभी कभार भी।
कल दोपहर से शेलिंग बंद हुई, इसके बाद से लेकर के आज सुबह तक ये जो वक्त बीता है, कैसे बीता है?
ठीक बीता, पीसफुल है। लेकिन कल जो रात के 1 बजे से लेकर सुबह
कल दिन के 2 बजे तक बहुत ही फायरिंग हुई है और कैजुअलिटी भी हुआ है। 10-12 आदमी जो है डिस्ट्रिक्ट पुंछ में और सिटी में भी 5-6 आदमी जो है कैजुअलिटी हुई है।
Pakistan was using such a heavy power that I could see the sprinters that even damaged these floors. They have literally made hole on these floor areas. So that also explains that when there was airstrike taking place, the Pakistan was totally rattled, and then there was indiscriminate firing. So earlier we used to see the ceasefire violations by small arms for the medium arms, but this time, as the people say, this reminds 1971, when not just heavy arms but using artillery, the long range fire capabilities, and targeting the civilian areas indiscriminately, and that's how the situation remains tense in Punch. All academic institutions, other institutions are shut down. People have evacuated. Most of these people have gone to the safer places. यहाँ मैं देख रहा हूँ ज्यादातर दुकानें घर बंद है। वो किस तरफ गए हैं सब लोग?
ये कुछ गांव में निकल गए हैं, वो अपने में गौरी पहाड़ी एरिया के लोग थे वो उधर चले गए हैं, और सिटी के लोग कुछ तो है जम्मू चले गए।
इवैक्यूएशन हुआ था यहाँ पे?
हाँ, तो जम्मू निकल गए हैं, रजौरी निकल गए हैं, पीसफुल एरिया में।
No one knows how long this situation will prevail because there is a sense of fear, there is sense of tension. However, so far it's absolutely calm. But these are the preventive measures taken by the authorities that many of these people have been evacuated.
The report that you're bringing to us, because this is where at least 15 lives of women, children, men have been lost because of Pakistan military's blatant firing. Remember this, viewer. India targeted terror hubs. Pakistan military is targeting innocent civilians, though evacuations have been done, and Army and BSF is moving to more towards the areas. Show me around, Ashutosh, because in Punch, this looks like, if there's a temple in that premises, this looks like completely a residential area. But I also must add something about the border towns and villages of India. Extremely brave people, extremely nationalistic, and they will ensure that they stand with the forces as much. So tell us more about that, the sentiment on the ground. I understand there's fear, but I also see the kind of clear patriotism that's coming in, even though it's Pakistan military targeting residential areas. What do you see around you?
There was unanimous demand from all spectrum of the corner, all corner of this country, that people were demanding after the Pahalgam terror attack that Pakistan need to be responded, and need to be responded in language that this nation, the terror nation, understands. And that's what the airstrike, the armed forces carried out. But in retaliation, what Pakistan did, exactly what it does every time, because when you count your failures, and this is how you respond to. But here largely, you rightly said that people, there is a sense of the patriotism that people of Jammu and Kashmir were also demanding action on such thing. Of course, the fear that largely remains, the city is gradually becoming a ghost town. But these all are the preventive measures. We do not want such casualties, and you cannot trust in this case of Pakistan that when it is going to open the heavy fire or the using artilleries on the civilian areas. And despite knowing it is known that in Punch, majority of these places in the pockets that Pakistani army having an advantage, they clearly know with their intelligence that these are the civilian pockets. So we are deliberately targeting the civilians. We have seen children dying here. We have seen women dying here. See, old age people dying here. And now we see even the religious structures have come under these attacks. And largely, the faiths say that this was Lord Hanuman that prevented, again, higher number of casualty could have been there if the shell that was coming from this direction had it fell in a local area. So of course there is a sentiment of fear, but people remain very strong with the forces, with the nation, that whatever actions need to be taken is being taken and will be taken. Pooja.
Ashutosh, stay on with me if possible, because remember, these are ground reports to help you understand what Pakistan military in reality is doing. It's not just about Pahalgam. They're targeting civilians. There are no military installations right here. There are, of course, no terror hubs, and they're targeting civilians so blatantly. Army, Navy, Air Forces, Operation Sindoor. Terror hubs in Pakistan have been destroyed. In turn, here's what Pakistan military is doing to innocent people.
The shrapnel marks on these walls reminds me the picture that I witnessed in 2019 post Balakot airstrike by Indian forces on the terror camps in Pakistan. What I see here, that how Pakistan used long guns, the long barrels, to target the civilian areas, and these are the documented evidence, the footprints of their act is quite visible in Poonch, and this is exactly what unfolded during 2019 when they targeted civilian areas. As in Poonch, what is known for that Pakistan having advantage of the height, they often target civilian areas. So after 29, and this create literally a panic and sense of fear amongst the people. They're targeting civilian areas with the long guns, and this shows that how scared Pakistan was after the air strike carried against the terror camps, which was in response of the Pahalgam terror attack.
Remember the 14th consecutive day of ceasefire violations by Pakistan across line of control. Pakistan now even targeting innocent civilians along the LoC. Many villages and border areas have been evacuated. Many have rushed to safer shelters. But remember, this is blatant attack on innocent people. Families being destroyed even now by Pakistan. 15 at least confirmed have lost their life, including men, women, children. Colleges in several districts have been shut. Further shelling is expected. Therefore, locals have taken to underground bunkers or safer shelters, but leaving behind their home and belonging. I'm talking about border towns of Uri, Poonch, Rajouri, Tangdar, Karna, which means along the line of control, international border and across Jammu Kashmir. Homes have been found to be reduced to rubble. Places of worship like temple and gurdwaras have also not been spared, where people have across faiths have lost their life. The Indian Army chief is in constant touch with ground units. Forward formations have been given a free hand to retaliate swiftly. And sources also suggesting Pakistan may extend retaliatory fire to other sectors as well. So BSF and Army are on alert.
After the biggest ever strike in Pakistan on the terror outfits, we are now at the LoC. India Today is the only channel at the LoC right now where the shelling has been happening since last night, and the ceasefire violations continued for 13 days. But yesterday there was heavy fire from these posts that you see. This is the zero line at the line of control in Uri sector, where Pakistan has been firing shells. Heavy artillery gunfire was reported through the night yesterday in multiple sectors, and this was one of those sectors. And in this area, a number of houses have been damaged, though there is no casualty reported. But in Poonch sector, there are 10 casualties that have been reported. Then we'll try and see the damage of the shelling that has happened through the night here. As the situation is still evolving and escalating, we've been hearing that India is still into deliberations onto what is to be done after the ceasefire violation is being done by Pakistan at the borders, because after the Operation Sindoor was conducted in multiple locations, in fact 9 terror outfits, India has decided to go on with retaliation after the ceasefire has been violated. So we'll try and show you how these heavy artillery gunfires have damaged these villages, their properties. So one of these houses here in this village has witnessed heavy gunfire and heavy fires from the artillery guns of Pakistan. You can see the broken mirrors and broken glasses of this house, and there are multiple other splinters that have hit this place, and there are shell marks on the trees also. So this is how these people have been witnessing heavy gunfires of the RT guns from Pakistan last night, and since 13 days the ceasefire violations have been on. आप यहाँ पे रहते हैं, आप ही का घर है ये?
ये हमारा घर है।
तो आपने कल रात को क्या देखा, क्या हो रहा?
जनाब हमने देखा रात को 2 बजे के बाद जब फायर की आवाज आई, हम उठे तो बस फिर शलंग हो रही थी 2 तरफ से, एक तरफ से नहीं 2 तरफ से हो रही थी, तो फिर हम भागने में नहीं बराबरी आई।
कहाँ पे ये निशान हम देख रहे हैं, पेड़ों पे कुछ निशान आए हैं? और
ये तो सामने निशान है ना, उस वक्त तो हम तो छुपे थे, कहीं जंगल में जाकर, कहीं पहाड़ी में जाके छुपे थे, छोटे छोटे बच्चे थे उनको लेके छुपे थे।
So this is one family in Uri sector that has witnessed the ceasefire violations with heavy gunfire of Pakistan. You see the broken glasses and broken tree branches here, and they are in fear that if the tensions escalate between India and Pakistan, the situation will get serious and grave, and they do not have any place to go if this situation escalates, because Pakistan has been violating ceasefire since last 13 days after the Pahalgam attack. And yesterday, when Operation Sindoor was being conducted, Pakistan started firing heavy artillery in this whole region. And this is an exposed area from Pakistani post. This is zero line at the border, India-Pakistan border in Uri sector, where these villagers remain exposed. And in Poonch, 10 lives have been lost in this shelling from Pakistan's side. Pakistan is actually not sparing the Kashmiris too, and this is how Pakistan has been reacting after the Pahalgam attack, when action was taken and demanded against terror. But India has been quite clear that it will keep its war against terror on, and here, if the shelling continues, the villagers might have to look for a safe place. Many villagers have left these places already, and many are looking for safe place, and they want that peace should be there in this area, especially because this remains exposed to Pakistani posts that have been shelling on these areas, and their houses are now damaged. This is Shivani, camera person Nasir Aziz Khan for India Today from Zero Line at India-Pakistan border.
I hope the world is watching this. How India decided to retaliate against Pahalgam massacre with targeting terror hubs in Pakistan. In turn, Pakistan is targeting our innocent civilians. From Poonch to Rajouri to other areas including Uri. Innocent civilians, temples and gurdwaras are being targeted. At least 15 civilians have lost their life. Take a look at this ground report by our team of reporters from different districts of Jammu Kashmir, how border towns and villages are being targeted by Pakistan military.
Operation Sindoor, a high-precision anti-terror strike by Indian forces successfully dismantled 9 terror camps across the line of control. These camps were linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba and Hizbul Mujahideen. But hours later, Pakistan hit back not at the military but at the innocent. In what can only be described as a cowardly act, they unleashed indiscriminate shelling across the LoC. Civilian homes were targeted. Villages caught off guard.
We are at a house here in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch city, and behind me you can see the extent of damage that has taken place here due to Pakistani shelling. Pakistan's mortar shell landed here, the shell exploded and there was a massive blaze here. You can see the extent of damage that has taken place. We can still see flames here.
At least 15 Indians have lost their lives and over 40 injured.
सुबह 7 बजे जाऊँ घर पहुँचे नीचे चौक में पहुँचे कोई पता नहीं चला अचानक फायर शुरू हो गया रात को सोए हुए थे सुबह को रात को 1:30 बजे फिर शुरू हो गया कुछ समझ नहीं आया क्या हुआ क्या नहीं
सुबह 8 बजे हम घर में थे पूरा परिवार अंदर था मकान के छत के ऊपर गोला गिरा छत के ऊपर नीचे थे ये नीचे आगे बच्चे दूसरों को भी चोट लगी लेकिन वो बच के इसके ज्यादा चोट आ गई और बहुत मुश्किल का सामना करना पड़ रहा है हमारे 56 लोगों को ज्यादा नुकसान हो रहा है
Among the dead were a brother and sister, just 10 and 12 years old. Their lives stolen before they even had a chance to begin. An 80-year-old mother was left with nothing but silence. Her only son gone forever. A teenager watched helplessly as his father breathed his last. Dozens of families are leaving Poonch for safe zones.
Several of the civilians are now moving to safer locations, moving from Poonch area to other places. Now let's just have a look at the number of people out here. all trying to move to safer places.
बस से कई उम्मीद लगी है, शायद हो सकता है इस गाड़ी में मिल जाए.
क्यों जाना चाहते हैं? कितने फायर?
वहाँ बिल्कुल ही बॉर्डर पे इतनी शेलिंग हो रही है, इतनी शेलिंग हो रही है, सब कुछ घर वर सब कुछ टूट गए, जानवर मर गए, सब कुछ मर गया. वहाँ तो क्या करेंगे वहाँ?
कोई मार्केट गए बाजार सिटी में सेफ एरिया में, कोई हरनी चले गए, कोई जम्मू चले गए, सब पूरा गांव खाली हो गया.
With homes destroyed and fear of fresh shelling looming, many are now seeking refuge in community bunkers spread across the Poonch region. The situation along the LoC remains volatile. Security forces are on high alert. With Kamaljeet Sandhu and Sunilji Bhatt, Bureau Report, India Today.
This is a precise and powerful strike by India, avenging the deaths in Pahalgam. Indian forces demolished 9 terror hubs deep inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistan is now in panic mode, especially for the strikes in Bahawalpur and Muridke. But Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif instead is now threatening India. I quote him here, "India will have to pay," says Shehbaz Sharif. Defence Minister Khwaja Asif is giving the nuke threat card again. Islamabad, meanwhile, is on the edge. An emergency has been declared across the capital city. Security has been heightened. Pakistan air bases are on alert.
भारत के बुज़दिलाना हमलों में 26 मासूम शहरी शहीद और 46 जख्मी हुए. इनमें बच्चे और ख़वातीन शामिल हैं. कौम खराजे अकीदत पेश करती है और पूरा पाकिस्तान इन शोहदा के ख़ानदानों के साथ है और ज़ख्मियों की सेहत याबी के लिए दुआ गो है.
बहुत हाय हैं और किसी वक्त भी कुछ हो सकता है, लेकिन आज जो नेशनल सिक्योरिटी कमेटी की मीटिंग हुई है उसमें पाकिस्तानी अफवाज को जो है ये इख्तियार दिया गया है कि वो जो भी अगर कोई हरकत होती है और जो रात को जो कुछ हुआ है उसका कोई रिस्पॉन्स जो है वो तरतीब जो है वो पाकिस्तान की अफवाज करेंगे, शेयर करेंगे. तो अल्लाह ताला खैर करेगा इंशाल्लाह. कोई ऐसी बात नहीं है. रात को भी हमने उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया, मुझे पल्ले कुछ नहीं रह गया. तो अब हो सकता है वो फिर कोई ऐसी बात करे जो रात को जो सब कुछ गंवा बैठा है उसको रिकवर करने के लिए वो कोई फिर कोई ऐसी हरकत करे.
इंशाल्लाह ताला ये पाकिस्तान के बहादुर और गयूर अवाम इनके आंखें खोलेंगे और इनको दिखाएंगे कि हम जंग के हामी नहीं हैं, ना हम जंग के हामी रहे हैं. लेकिन अब आपने हमला किया है, आपने पाकिस्तान के बेगुनाह शहरियों पे, हमारा बेगुनाह बच्चों पे हमला किया है, हमारे सरजमीन पे हमला किया है. अब उनको तैयारी और हौसला रखना पड़ेगा, इसलिए पाकिस्तान का जवाब अब आना है.
Remember, for Pakistan, it's been chaos and confusion, especially covering the face after India launched anti-terror strikes in pitch dark at midnight. Fireballs floating across the 9 terror centers and Indian forces ensuring the precision strikes with it. There have been, of course, meetings that are happening in Pakistan. Shivani Sharma joins me for the latest on what exactly is happening. Remember, at a juncture like this, Shivani, as you're getting us ground reports from what's happening at the border, along the line of control at international border, but tell me how Pakistan possibly is responding to have been hit in Bahawalpur, Jaish-e-Mohammed Masood Azhar's operational terror hub, or Muridke, the Hafiz Saeed Lashkar-e-Taiba center. They clearly did not expect at least these 2 locations to be hit.
Certainly, Pooja, this was a surprise that came for Pakistan, and the way it is saying that the people have been killed and they are saying that the terrorists, they're calling the terrorists as martyrs, that shows their association with the terror organizations, these terror outfits that were harboring inside Pakistan. And Pakistan is now trying to posture that it is going to retaliate because India has initiated action against the civilians. But India has been very clear in this part with evidence, the proof of the videos which have been circulating, Pooja. And yesterday's press conference also, when Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, he specifically mentioned that we were very focused. We have specifically targeted the terror outfits out there and not the military infrastructure, not the civilians out there. There's no input of any civilian getting killed in this particular Operation Sindoor. So the fake narrative that Pakistan has been setting and trying to portray goes on. Pakistan Prime Minister had addressed the nation yesterday, and there he was seemingly warning India of a possible retaliation. But Indian forces, let me tell you, they are on a high alert, not right now, but they've been on a high alert since they were preparing for Operation Sindoor, where this strategic strike took place inside Pakistan. So the air defense systems are at place, the deployments are at place, the security forces are on a alert, and coordinated efforts are going on to see and secure the region, especially in the border areas. We've been also seeing the ceasefire violations that have been going on, the artillery gunfires that have been reported, where 15 civilians have lost their lives in Poonch and Tangdhar region. This was the second time when this shelling continues, but Pakistan is it is continuing, in fact, to give that fake and false narrative that it has been hit by India. But India is very clear that we've just hit the terror outfits out there, to which we have enough evidence in terms of the videos and the devastation on ground of these terror organizations.
Shivani, keep tracking the latest on that, and remember that the Pakistani military officials were seen at the funeral of Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists when the last rites were being done. It's all reflection of how Pakistan is only exposing itself, and our colleagues on the ground will keep updating us and more. Take a look now at this ground report. A reminder for you. What happened at midnight from 1 a.m. in 25 minutes, 9 targets. How Pakistan decided to respond to it.
9 targets: Bahawalpur, Muridke, Sarjal, Sialkot, Bhimber, Kotli and Muzaffarabad were all successfully hit in a combined operation of the Indian forces. 4 of them, Bahawalpur, Muridke, Sialkot and Sarjal, are in Pakistan's Punjab, and 5 in POK. Pakistan claimed 8 were killed and 33 were injured.
टोटल 6 जगह पे पाकिस्तान में 24 इम्पैक्ट्स हुए हैं भारत की तरफ से. ये जो इम्पैक्ट्स हैं मुख्तलिफ तरीकों से, मुख्तलिफ वेपन्स को इस्तेमाल करते हुए किए गए हैं 6 मकामात पर.
Which must come to. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif tweeted saying India has struck in 5 locations and that Pakistan has every right to give robust response to act of war from India. One by one, nearly 2 hours after the Operation Sindoor strike, Deputy Prime Minister of Pakistan Ishaq Dar and Information Minister Ataullah Tarar also posted on social media vowing revenge. Following the deadly Indian strike, there was a blackout in POK capital Muzaffarabad.
यहाँ मुजफ्फराबाद में हम सोए हुए थे, हमें आवाज़ें वगैरह आई हैं यहाँ पर कि इंडिया ने शायद इस इलाके को टारगेट करने की कोशिश की है, गोलाबारी वगैरह की है.
Emergency has been declared in hospitals in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. All flights to Islamabad and Lahore airports have been cancelled, while both Lahore and Sialkot airports have been closed for the next 48 hours. Continuing with heavy shelling across the line of control, Pakistan scrambles to put together its response to India's Operation Sindoor. Bureau Report, India Today.
Is there likely to be an India-Pakistan peace bid, and does Iran intend to be a mediator? Iranian Foreign Minister arrives in India after Operation Sindoor. Iranian Foreign Minister will be meeting External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, his counterpart. Syed Abbas Argachi is presently here in the country. Now remember that while this has been in schedule as March, because it's a 2-day official visit, they will be co-chairing the 20th Joint Commission meeting between the two countries. We're also marking the 75th friendship anniversary. But It's in the backdrop of the Pahalgam terror carnage. Iran has slammed the religion-motivated Pakistan terror that had happened in Pahalgam. Iran did use strong words about it, but also it appears there could be an attempt to mediate. I want to also bring in Piyush Mishra for the latest on that, and why I'm referring to the mediation bid here, because interestingly, before coming to India, he visited Pakistan. Piyush, tell me more about this. There is, of course, a scheduled meeting, but are we looking at more possibly behind the curtain?
Well, it's a very crucial visit, Pooja, and this is taking place at a time when the Pahalgam, since the Pahalgam terror attack, India has been holding a series of meetings and has been, apprising various diplomats and various countries about the terror attack which was carried out by Pakistan. And after that, we have also carried out military operations against Pakistan, where 9 places are there where we have carried out these strikes. And after which, today we are now hearing that the foreign minister of Iran, Syed Abbas, is now here in the national capital. What we are told is that he is here to take part in India-Iran Joint Commission meeting. And before that, we have also seen as to how he was there in Pakistan for a few days, where he met with top leadership, including Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. And remember that the Iran has been requesting to exercise restraint and prevent an escalation. And the country is also of the view of holding talks with Pakistan's top leadership amid the tensions. But the point here is that we have made it very clear multiple times that we do not want preachers. We want our people to understand that the kind of terror which is being sponsored by Pakistan. But yes, at this time, he is here in Delhi. He is going to, meet with Foreign Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar while he will be in Delhi. And this is also coming at a time when Delhi and Tehran are celebrating the 75th anniversary.
Keep updating us. Abbas Arghashi is in India. And is there possibly going to be an attempt to mediate, and will India go ahead with that? We'll be tracking more on that development. All right, very important, as I wrap up this bulletin, when I return, I want to bring some satellite images to you. Another proof, corroborating evidence from the ground about 100% precision strike on Pakistan terror headquarters. After a very short break, stay tuned. Thank you.
Detox teas cleanse your organs. Microwaving destroys nutrients. Cracking knuckles causes arthritis. Well, your feed is full of myths in your kitchens, a lab of unproven remedies. But what's the fact? What is fiction? We'll break it down for you. Myth busting with science, evidence and expert insights. Because your body deserves better than viral health hacks. This is L360. With me, Sneha Murdani.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
The bold look of Kohler,
Jio Home, Jio More.
Good morning and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. What's happening on the line of control? How Pakistan is targeting our civilians in response to the strike at their terror hubs. I have more details on that and more evidence of how India pulled off that precision strike. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin. Proof of India's 100% precision strike on Pakistan terror headquarters. Satellite images accessed by India today of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba terror camps. Aftermath of the attack. Before and after images. Is Operation Sindoor 2.0 next on the card? Sources say India can take similar action on other terror bases in Pakistan if required. Will Pakistan back down, realize that it cannot now sponsor and harbour terrorism, or will there be a retaliation that it could backfire for Pakistan itself? India had a calibrated approach. Reports say escalation appears unlikely. But look at the cowardly act of Pakistan. India attacked its terror hubs. Pakistan is targeting innocent civilians along the line of control across Jammu Kashmir. At least 15 lives, including women, men, children, have been lost. Homes have been reduced to rubble. Evacuations have taken place. People have been moved to safer shelters. But a reminder, Pakistan is targeting innocent civilians along LoC. And what does the Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif have to say? He's threatening India, saying India will have to pay. Spooked Pakistan is resorting to the nuke threat again. While Islamabad is on the edge, security heightened, Pakistan air bases are on alert. I have news coming in from Lahore in Pakistan. Series of loud explosions have been heard in the city of Lahore. Loud explosions heard on a key road, a street in the city. Residents have gone into panic. After these explosions have been heard, several residents were seen rushing out. Cops reveal that there have been drone explosions. Remember, there's also been a certain panic, uncertainty mode. India targeted the terror hubs in Bahawalpur, in Muridke. Muridke, in fact, is close to the city of Lahore. Lahore police says a large drone has been shot down. This is a developing story, so we are putting out what is confirmed information that a series of loud explosions were heard on the Walton Road in Lahore. Police officials have said multiple blasts were heard. This was on the Walton Road in the Gopal Nagar and Nasirabad areas of Lahore. People have been reported to be coming out in panic. There have been clouds of smoke reported. Now, we do not know the source of these explosions. It's a developing story. We'll continue to get you updates as and when more confirmations come in on this. A drone measuring 5 to 6 feet was shot down, is what the cops are claiming. Our Foreign Affairs editor, Geeta Mohan, has details on that. Geeta, tell me more. It's the city of Lahore after all. What are you picking up about details?
Well, these are just details that are coming from Pakistani media, and there is no confirmation as to where this has come from, whether it's the drone, the possible drone blasts that were heard or explosions that were heard were because of a drill gone wrong. We do not really know, but yes, reports suggesting that there were multiple blasts that were heard on Walton Road. This is in Lahore and the heart of Lahore in many ways than one. And so, yes, people are in panic mode. According to police sources that the Pakistani media is reporting, these are drone explosions. But again, we do not know what the nature of this entire incident is, whether it has to do with India and Pakistan or particularly their own mock drills and war drills that they're working on, where the jamming systems were activated, and then the drones that, according to reports measuring 5 to 6 feet, were shot down.
This also because there would be an understandable panic, even though, of course, there's no clarity what is the source of these explosions. But because Muridke terror hub was targeted in a precision strike by India, which is Lashkar-e-Taiba Hafiz Saeed's hub, that possibly they believe that Lahore could also be on the target. But at a juncture like this, remember, it is this panic of Pakistan that is reflecting, not what India is doing. Geeta, tell me, what is the sentiment that you're picking up from the ground, from Pakistan media, when it comes to even threats from right now also, their ministers, a nuke threat that India will have to pay, says Shehbaz Sharif?
Well, the Pakistani Premier yesterday in an address to the nation has made it very clear that there is no de-escalation. India had said that India was going to respond in full measure. Is because it was about 2 weeks and yet Pakistan had not acted against terrorists and terror networks within Pakistan who were responsible for the Pahalgam terror attack, and therefore India had to take the action that India did. The onus now lies on Pakistan to de-escalate tensions. But Pakistani Premier had made it very clear that Pakistan is going to respond to the actions taken by India, which means hardly any de-escalation over here, Pooja. India preparing itself for any action from the Pakistani end. There already have been ceasefire violations leading to deaths of civilians, innocent lives in Jammu and Kashmir, and one has to wait and see what more is Pakistan going to do. So preparedness in India, various cities are preparing, various schools are being told how children should learn to handle a situation wherein there are going to be sirens and an emergency situation. Colonies are preparing themselves. But yes, again, we'll have to wait and see what Pakistan...
And Geeta, I just want to reiterate for the viewer what you're telling us. We are quoting from Pakistan media. These are, remember, reports that have no clarity right now. What is the source of the explosions? What exactly has happened? Look at this. The panic on the streets of Lahore, one of the prominent cities. Remember, we do not have clarity about what is the source of the explosion, what was that sound that they heard, what was the blast. So we are waiting for that clarity and confirmation. Shivani Sharma also joins us. Shivani, these visuals coming in from Lahore right now. And close to Lahore was Muridke, the Lashkar-e-Taiba Hafiz Saeed's terror hub that was in a precision strike targeted by India. But what are you picking up from the city of Lahore? What happened?
Pooja, what we are given to understand from the sources is that Pakistan Army and Pakistan Air Force, they are conducting some demonstration and drills. That's what they've given out a message about in Lahore, where the explosions are being reported about. And perhaps these drills have gone wrong, or they are testing some kind of defense response, but there is no big damage that's also being told through the sources, that these are the blasts that are happening in Lahore and they are being conducted as a part of the drill that the Pakistan Army and the Pakistan Air Force are taking ahead. They are not keeping people in confidence like India has been doing. So the people in Lahore are quite in panic, and we also cannot confirm that whether these blasts were planned or something went wrong while the drills were on, or some mishap or a flaw that has occurred during these drills. So these are all unconfirmed reports that are coming in and being floating in Pakistan's media that has been running a fake narrative since yesterday, Operation Sindoor. And we earlier had a lot of inputs about Sialkot, Gujranwala and blasts out there, drones being downed out there, but nothing has been confirmed. No action has been confirmed from Indian side.
These are, as we wait for further clarity. Shivani, stay on with me as we look at this visual coming in from the streets of Lahore. Complete panic. Now, there could be different options here. Remember, these are sounds that have been heard of explosions and blasts. Was it a drill, a mock drill, so to say, that went wrong? Was it explosion of some kind, or some explosion that possibly Pakistan was attempting that has gone wrong, or any other reason or a source of explosion? But because of the sound that loud, it has got the people of Lahore, especially from certain streets, especially we are told from, this is near the Walton Airport, in the Gopal Nagar and Nasirabad, that people have rushed out on the streets. Developing story, I bring in Managing Editor Gaurav Sawant for the latest on that. Gaurav, it's after all the city of Lahore. What are you picking up? One or two streets, a loud noise is heard. what is the clarity that you think is coming in right now from the streets? Go ahead, Gaurav.
Pooja, there was tremendous tension on the streets of Lahore, especially in areas like Gulbarg and also the Defence Housing Authority area. Now, these are areas where multiple blasts were heard. There were drones that were seen overhead. There were rumors that a drone was downed. But we are now being told that there is a Pakistani military exercise that's currently underway. Both the Pakistani Air Force and the Lahore Corps, which is situated, very close to this locality, they are carrying out a military exercise, some kind of drills in the skies over Lahore. And perhaps the loud explosions or the multiple explosions that were heard may have been related to that. But, one, there is no clarity just as yet. And two, after India's 9 precision, strikes at 9 different locations across Pakistan, including in Muridke, very close to Lahore, there is panic in Lahore, in Bahawalpur. There's panic across Pakistan. And questions are being asked of the Pakistani army. What were they doing? What was their air defense system doing? So in all of this, that the armed forces are trying to reassure their nation that the blast being heard is not any action by an adversary. It's a military exercise that's underway.
How do you looking at, Gaurav, the kind of sentiment on the ground? Because perhaps the panic is also resulting from the fact that if Indian armed forces can hit terror targets in Bahawalpur, in areas, for example, like Muridke, which is closer to Lahore, is that one of the reasons of the panic? Because there's no clarity right now about the source of the explosion, but Pakistan clearly realizes India can go ahead and venture. Is that the reason you believe this is happening?
Pooja, you've hit the nail on its head because this is a very, very critical aspect. I mean, if you look at Muridke, for example, it's just on the outskirts or it's practically Lahore. And if Muridke can be targeted, the Pakistan Army would also realize that its 4 Corps headquarters, the Lahore Corps headquarters, is less than 20 kilometers away. If Muridke can be targeted and if Pakistan were to target any military installation in India, then the Lahore Corps is also, equally targetable by the scalp and hammer missiles and kits. Similarly, if Bahawalpur can be targeted, then the 31 Corps of the Pakistan Army, which is in Bahawalpur and barely 20 kilometers from this side, it can be targeted with Indian aircraft well within Indian territory. Pakistan is such a narrow country. Any part of Pakistan, all the way up to Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Baluchistan, can easily be targeted either by rockets, missiles or air-to-ground systems in India. Not that India desires that, but in case Pakistan were to escalate. And now Pakistani civil society, their leadership to an extent, they are realizing that the Pakistan army that pocketed crores and crores in the name of fighting India is unable to defend Pakistan when, there is an act of retribution to punish Pakistan army-backed terrorism. So that message is also going across. India is imposing costs on Pakistan's military terror network, like it did with this Operation Sindoor, which marks a paradigm shift in dealing with Pakistan's state terror, Pooja.
So Gaurav, as we stay on with these visuals, remember this has brought the civilians, the citizens, the residents of the city out on the streets because they heard explosions. Gaurav, can you tell us possibly about the number of sound of explosions that was heard? You also are telling us that there was a drone that was, as the police locally are claiming, that there has been sounds that have been heard. I request you to please stay on with me. More news coming in. Let's take a look at that. Pakistan hits Indian civilians with artillery guns. That's what Pakistan is doing. The ceasefire breach that has happened. Full freedom for the armed forces to hit back. Indian Army monitoring what is unfolding by Pakistan military along the line of control. Army chief is in touch with local military units. Remember Pakistan military, remember this viewer, Pakistan military is using shelling and firing against innocent people along LoC. India is set to use in return heavy weapons as if required. Gaurav Sawant continues to be with us. Gaurav, just to imagine this, that India, despite all the distress and anger, targeted only the terror hubs, 9 in total. Pakistan is targeting innocent civilians, villagers on the border.
This is very painful, and this is the most painful aspect of the line of control hotting up the way it does. Pooja, you know, after the Kargil War of 1999, we had reported this, and very extensively, and multiple border villages either had to be evacuated or build bunkers in their homes because there was relentless pounding. And Pakistan also very carefully chooses areas south of Pir Panjal because, you know, they do not want to hit, or they try initially, at least in the first round, not to hit the Kashmiri Muslims on our side, but they want to hit the Gujjars. They don't mind hitting the Gujjars and the Bakarwals and others, you know, non-Kashmiri Muslims on the southern part of the Pir Panjal in Punch, Rajouri, Krishna Ghati, Mendhar, that belt. And they're okay to hit Hindus in Rajouri town. So it's very carefully calibrated by the Pakistan army that this is where they open up, this is where they target civilians initially as punitive action the moment LoC opens up in terms of the use of heavy artillery, including 155mm howitzers. And India, when India retaliates, it only chooses Pakistani military sites to respond to. So that's one big difference between our army and their establishment, where, you know, when this LoC hots up, but civilians bear the worst brunt of it, Pooja.
But Gaurav, in many ways, doesn't this expose Pakistan as much? You and I know how Pakistan would go on these global platforms and say, we stand with Kashmir, we fight for Kashmir. But in reality, Pakistan military does not shy away from even targeting Kashmiris, people from Jammu, in Punch, in Rajouri, in other areas, including Uri as much. We are getting ground reports by multiple team of reporters who are telling us how civilians have had their houses bombed, how innocent children have been killed by Pakistan military.
You know this better than most, Pooja. You've reported from ground, on both sides of Pir Panjal, whether it's Punch, Rajouri, Krishna Ghati, Bimbar, Mendhar, south of Pir Panjal, or the Uri, Baramulla, Kupwara axis north of Pir Panjal, and Kashmir proper. Even now, when Pakistani terrorists targeted Hindu tourists in Pahalgam, they destroyed Kashmir's tourism. More than 2.4 crore tourists had gone to Kashmir just the previous year. Imagine the money that was flowing into Kashmir. Now that tourism season has been adversely impacted to a very large extent. Who is bearing the brunt of Pakistani terror? The people of Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistan doesn't care. It's only the Pakistan army that wants to make money in the name of Kashmir. And even Pakistani analysts now very openly say that the Kashmir cause in Pakistan is restricted from Raiwind to Rawalpindi, which is a Pakistani Punjabi Musalman cause to make money. Sindh doesn't care, Baluchistan doesn't care, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa doesn't care, and people in Pakistan occupy Jammu and Kashmir see the prosperity in India, and they'd rather be a part of India than be a part of the terror state Pakistan. So it's only a Pakistani military cause of talking about Kashmir and making money on their own.
For your perspective and updates on what's precisely happening in Lahore and also at the line of control, I hope the world is watching this. This is exposing Pakistan, targeting innocent villagers, border town areas, for a nation that claims to have harbored terrorism for Kashmir, for Kashmiris. But when it came to shelling, it didn't shy away from targeting and killing even people of Jammu Kashmir. Meanwhile, this time is evidence Pakistan cannot deny, whether from the ground or now satellite images that India today has access. This even corroborates further about what exactly happened with the precision strikes. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. The images received, and this is accessed by India today, reveal substantial damage at the terror hubs captured by the Maxar technologies. The satellite visuals show before and after. Look at that. This is Bahawalpur, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Muridke, Lashkar-e-Taiba's outfits hideout. Exclusive images accessed by India today confirm direct hits. Indian missiles pierced through the dome of Subhanallah Mosque in Bahawalpur. A mosque, so to say, but basically an indoctrination training center. This precision strike to know exactly where Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters is, where Masood Azhar, precisely at this location, barely in November 2024, had addressed an event which was attended by hundreds from the cadre and his family members. Some of them have lost their life in this precision strike. The dome of the mosque stands destroyed completely. The Markaz compound has also been destroyed. All of this found in the images. Look before the strike and after. It is a direct hit. Then comes in after Bahawalpur, Muridke, Lashkar-e-Taiba's hideout, Hafiz Saeed. India's precision strike on LET headquarters, again clearly visible. Again, look at the precision strike that has come in. But to also ensure, remember when we talk about a strike on the Markaz or on the area, it's not just one building. It's a compound of 80 to 100 acres. For an organization allegedly, supposedly banned by Pakistan, how are these compounds flourishing? Structures have been destroyed in this. Ankit Kumar gets us these images. Ankit, as we look at the before and the after, I can look at locations where you can see craters, you can see holes on the roof. Is that the Subhanallah mosque that we are looking at of Jaish-e-Mohammed?
There is more to just crater, there is more to just symbolism. One compound, multiple targets and two kind of signatures. Because likely there are two kind of weapons used. You know, this is Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters in Bahawalpur. You see, this is the central part, the central hall. This is, of course, before the attack happened. You see this part is the residential part where the associates of Masood Azhar, they used to live here. This is where they gathered, this is where they used to gather, and this part, which we will highlight, this is where they used to live. Now you have to look at these images now. Let's come to this place, right? This is the after imagery. If you see the signature, if you see the kind of impact, you will understand that there are two kind of signatures that we can visually observe. See, this is very precise. This is very precise. It's not that the entire roof has been taken down. This is very precise, likely a hammer. This residential part, on the other hand, you see this part of the building has been completely wiped. This part of the building has been completely wiped. This is signature of a different kind of weapon system. So one compound, multiple targets, but different kind of weapons used. This is a testimony to the precision, the ability of the Indian Armed Forces, the Indian Air Force, because again, if you see this target, the target of this strike, if you see this part, see. You can see three domes that have gone, but the roof is still intact. This is much of a symbolism. This is the residential part. You see, Masood Azhar, the chief of Jaish-e-Mohammed, issued a statement that he has lost at least 14 people. 10 of them are from his family. They were likely living in this part of the compound. This is for gathering. This is for living. Different kind of weapon systems used in both on both the targets. Remember, it's a very large compound just beside the highway. But again, these pictures show the kind of precision, the kind of capability that Indian Armed Forces have shown yesterday.
Just tracking all the latest on that and in many ways further evidence of how this strike was carried out. We have more news coming in. Let's take a look at that. Government at the centre monitoring online information warfare right now. Remember, anti-India propaganda that is being pushed by Pakistan-sponsored handles is under the lens of the government at the centre. The Ministry of Home Affairs have said to the states as well, try best to keep the nefarious elements under lens. Remember, there will be elements that will try to create further tensions, will put out misinformation, will put out fake details as well. These social media handles will be under the scanner. Jitendra Bahadur joins me for the latest on that. Jitendra, किस तरह से और क्यों स्टेट्स को ये एक डायरेक्टिव गया है होम मिनिस्ट्री से कि सोशल मीडिया हैंडल जो फेक हैं, जो मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कर रहे हैं, उन पे कड़ी कार्रवाई हो?
देखिए, केंद्र सरकार की तरफ से एक बड़ा मैसेज दिया गया है। कल केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने एक बैठक लिया था। जो पाकिस्तान बॉर्डर से जुड़े हुए जो राज्य हैं, इसके साथ साथ जो नेपाल बॉर्डर से जुड़े हुए बॉर्डरिंग स्टेट्स हैं, उनके सभी मुख्यमंत्रियों के साथ, डीजीपी और चीफ सेक्रेटरीज के साथ बैठक किया था। उस बैठक के बाद केंद्रीय गृह मंत्रालय सूत्रों ने जानकारी दी है कि सभी राज्यों को ये निर्देश दिए गए हैं कि फेक सोशल मीडिया अकाउंट्स पर अगर किसी भी तरीके से देश विरोधी गतिविधियों को लेकर के प्रोपेगेंडा किया जाता है तो वैसे अकाउंट्स को पूरी तरीके से तुरंत ब्लॉक किया जाए। हमने पिछले दिनों देखा किस तरीके से पाकिस्तानी खुफिया एजेंसी आईएसआई की सह पर जो विदेशों में लोग बैठे हुए हैं, वो तमाम ऐसे फेक प्रोपेगेंडा भारत के खिलाफ कर रहे हैं। भारत इन तमाम चैनलों के खिलाफ भी एक्शन ले चुका है और ऐसे जो एक्स अकाउंट हैं उनको भी भारत की तरफ से ब्लॉक किया गया है। राज्यों को इस तरीके का पूजा निर्देश दिया गया है कि राज्यों में अगर इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी को किसी भी तरीके से कोई भी व्यक्ति कोई फेक प्रोपेगेंडा करता है, फेक वीडियोस डालता है, तो उनके खिलाफ कड़ी कार्रवाई हो। और राज्यों में जो मौजूद साइबर विंग हैं उनको पूरी तरीके से अलर्ट किया गया है। कहा गया है कि ऐसे वीडियोस को पूरी तरीके से तुरंत ब्लॉक किया जाए, साथ ही इनके खिलाफ कानूनी कार्रवाई किया जाए। इस तरीके के निर्देश केंद्रीय गृह मंत्रालय की तरफ से सभी राज्यों को दिए गए हैं।
Alright, Jitendra will be tracking the latest on that. It is a time as much for caution and to ensure that the facts are being put out and not to fall for misinformation campaigns, especially sponsored by Pakistan. Are we looking at Operation Sindoor 2.0? India has already struck 9 terror hubs in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir to avenge the deaths of innocent victims of the Pahalgam terror carnage. But sources within the government are also telling India today, if required, India can take similar action on other terror bases present in Pakistan. The operation has been described as ongoing, possibility of escalation if Pakistan decides to retaliate in a manner which will not be acceptable. India aims to teach Pakistan a strong lesson because remember, till when can we keep facing these terror attacks one after another by Pakistan against our innocent people? Until when can we let Pakistan promote and harbour cross-border terror? Now, during the post-operation briefing held by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, that of course in many ways was a subtle and strong message in itself, India put out this list of Pakistan terror bases. Some have been hit. Are we looking at other targets to be hit?
सड़े हुए तरीके से की गई है। आतंकियों के हौसले पस्त करने के उद्देश्य से यह कार्रवाई महज उनके कैंप्स और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तक ही सीमित रखी गई है। मैं पुनः हमारे आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के शौर्य को मैं नमन करता हूं। साथियों, प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर लॉन्च करके पहले की तरह ही इस बार भी आतंकियों को ट्रेनिंग देने वाले कैंप्स को तबाह करके करारा जवाब दिया है। भारत ने अपनी सरजमी पर हुए हमले का जवाब देने के लिए अपने राइट टू रेस्पॉन्ड का इस्तेमाल किया है। साथियों, जैसी कि आप सबको जानकारी है कि कल रात हमारी भारतीय सेनाओं ने अपने अद्भुत शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय देते हुए एक नया इतिहास रच दिया है। साथियों, भारत की सेना ने सटीकता, सतर्कता और संवेदनशीलता के साथ कार्रवाई की है। हमने जो लक्ष्य तय किए थे उन्हें ठीक समय तय योजना के अनुसार सटीकता से उन्होंने ध्वस्त किया है और किसी भी नागरिक ठिकाने, सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन को जरा भी प्रभावित न होने देने की संवेदनशीलता भी हमारी सेना ने दिखाई है। तो हम कह सकते हैं एक तरीके की सटीकता, सतर्कता और मानवीयता यह हमारी भारत की सेना के जवानों ने दिखाई है, जिसके लिए मैं हमारे सेना के जवानों और अधिकारियों को पूरे देश की ओर से मैं साधुवाद देता हूं और सेना को संपूर्ण संबल प्रदान करने के लिए अपने प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भी मैं साधुवाद देता हूं।
However, remember, like we have seen, it may not be an immediate deterrence when it comes to Pakistan. So all air defense units have been activated along the India-Pakistan border. Air bases across Haryana and Punjab have been placed on high alert. Authorities have declared a high alert in all border districts of Punjab and especially the districts at the border. The situation remains fragile. It's a developing story right now because control rooms have been also set up across Kashmir Valley's 10 districts to monitor the situation. Of course, the focus is on what happens next. Strategic experts globally agreed that a full-scale war looks unlikely, but there are possible scenarios we are looking at. Pakistan could escalate hostilities by intensifying shelling along the border, which already it is doing. In response, India is expected to carry out, if required, further precision strikes in Pakistan territory. If Pakistan chooses to retaliate with airstrikes, India will have to respond with a broader military strategy, including more operations on Pakistan's western front. We're looking at some of the scenarios that could come in. If Pakistan offers talks to de-escalate, India is likely to remain firm in the stance, insisting on irreversible, verifiable action against terror groups, and not just words this time, but clearly action on the ground.
My position is I get along with both. I know both very well, and I want to see them work it out. I want to see them stop. And hopefully they can stop now. They've gone tit for tat, so hopefully they can stop now. But I know both. We get along with both the countries very well. Good relationships with both, and I want to see it stop. And if I can do anything to help, I will be there.
The world is watching these developments coming in between India and Pakistan. Remember, India has sent out a message. They will target terror hubs and to ensure that it would be precision strikes. Pakistan, in turn, is targeting innocent people. Where does the world stand at this juncture? Here's a report.
One move, 9 targets. Terroristan terrorized. India avenges Pahalgam. And this one is for Sindoor. On the 7th of May, while India slept and the West watched, India's security forces executed a multi-pronged precision strikes on Pakistan's terror hubs. From the sky, the Indian Air Force unleashed missile fire. And from the ground, the Indian Army responded with thunder, launching surface-to-surface missiles. The message was clear. Pakistan will pay for its sins. This strike was not just military. It was diplomatic. It was strategic. India is now telling Pakistan that its land can no longer be a breeding ground for terror. And if Pakistan dares to retaliate, India stands ready with a befitting response. This wasn't an escalation. It was a response, a calculated and measured one, to what happened on April 22nd in Pahalgam. And India garnered global support before taking this decisive step. Pakistan's support for terror was discussed with UNSC member nations. Russia, the US, the UK and France openly backed India. As expected, China tilted towards Pakistan. Gulf nations stood with India while Pakistan had just Turkey by its side. Now even China's tone is softening. It is regretting the action but not condemning it. Post-strike, India has briefed 13 foreign envoys, reaffirming that this is a war on terror. Earlier, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio was given a detailed briefing. Among the global leaders, Donald Trump was the first to react. He said he saw it coming, but he also called for caution from both sides.
My position is I get along with both. I know both very well, and I want to see them work it out. I want to see them stop. And hopefully they can stop now. They've gone tit for tat, so hopefully they can stop now. But I know both. We get along with both the countries very well. Good relationships with both, and I want to see it stop. And if I can do anything to help, I will be there.
So now that the world is watching, has India's message on terror landed? has New Delhi struck the right diplomatic chords and isolated Pakistan? Bureau Report, India Today.
I'm heading to a very short commercial break, but I want to get you Pakistan's response when it comes to their political corridors, threatening India even now at such a sensitive juncture. After a short break.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Open on TV. Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Government calls all-party meeting today. Congress hails success of Operation Sindoor, says proud of Indian Armed Forces. CBI Director Praveen Sood gets 1-year service extension.
Hello?
You must be tired like me of hearing countless broadcasts like these.
Cyber frauds are the new age white-collared crime.
They don't break into your home, but they break into your bank account directly.
Project Shield is an India Today initiative to expose their dirty tricks
and help you outsmart the scammers. Come join us and be 2 steps ahead of fraudsters, because better safe than sorry.
The courage of our border villagers is for all to see. Pakistan military is targeting temples, gurdwaras, other places of worship and residential areas along line of control. The worst hit is Poonch in Jammu and Kashmir. Look at that. Ground report coming in from the gurdwara that has been hit by Pakistan shelling. It has immediately reopened. Devotees have immediately flocked to the gurdwaras. This is less than 24 hours after that shelling. The Poonch Gurudwara, where there is a sizable Sikh community population as well, has reopened for devotees. This is while there is still destruction around. Ardas started, and our ground reporters who are telling us how, even remember, a Gurdwara was targeted by Pakistan, which has led to the loss of life as well. This was a place of worship, Gurdwara, where the Sikh community is grieving for the civilian deaths. Let's take a look at this ground report.
In the morning, when Pakistan resorted to firing heavy artilleries on the civilians in Poonch, and one of the shells that fell exactly here in the Gurudwara Poonch. When we know the casualty gone more than a dozen in Poonch, there was one shell that fell right here, and the magnitude of that explosion that took out almost everything around, and the splinters, the shrapnels that fell all over here in Gurudwara. And look at these marks of the shrapnels. So all these glasses were broken. They deep penetrated even the metal windows here in the Gurudwara, and the piece of the shrapnels can be visibly seen here in the Gurudwara premises. And just 24 hours the Pakistan's provocation, indiscriminate shelling in Gurudwara. It is the faith of the people, it is the patriotism of the people of the Punch. They are giving tough response to Pakistan that they are not going to deter. It's the sense of patriotism. The Gurudwara this morning yet again opens for the prayer, for the people, Vaheguru chanting. People with their faith and belief have come back to Gurudwara, showing that Pakistan's any unintentional such kind of provocations will not deter us, will not deter the armed forces. It's a faith of the people that have brought them all here to this Gurudwara in Punch, which came under the attack of the heavy shelling of Pakistan just 24 hours ago.
Kamaljit Sandhu also sent us this ground report from different locations, whether a Gurudwara, a cremation ground, residential areas that have been targeted, especially Punch. Pakistan military hitting civilians.
The entire town of Punch is in mourning. What you see around here is funerals, not one, but many. At least 10 people have died here. Over 33 are injured. This is a personal loss for Punch town. The country has seen loss in the form of Pahalgam terror attack, and then thereafter what we saw is Pakistan barbarity, especially if we're talking about at the line of control, attacking innocent civilians. This is where the entire town has come together, but there is uncertainty right here. What lies next for them, even as there is a persistent threat of shelling from across the border. With camera person Girish, this is Kamaljit Sandhu in Punch for India Today.
So remember, at this juncture, because it's the 14th consecutive day of the Pakistan unprovoked shelling that's coming in at the LoC, the Indian Armed Forces have been given a free hand to retaliate against the shelling and artillery fire. Villages near the LoC are on high alert. Evacuations have taken place in many areas and the BSF army are on high alert. But remember, even Gurdwaras, temples, houses have been bombed and how by Pakistan. Several towns in the region have faced the shelling as well, but it speaks also about incredible valor, especially along the line of control where these villagers have been bracing this barbarism by Pakistan for decades now. The border towns that I mentioned are in Uri, Punch, Rajouri, Tangdar, Karna, LoC, IB borders area, and homes have been reduced to rubble. Look at these images and ground reports coming in on your screen.
The shrapnel marks on these walls reminds me the picture that I witnessed in 2019 post Balakot airstrike by Indian forces on the terror camps in Pakistan. What I see here, that how Pakistan used long guns, the long barrels, to target the civilian areas, and these are the documented evidence. The footprints of their act is quite visible in Punch, and this is exactly what unfolded during 2019 when they targeted civilian areas. As in Punch, what is known for that Pakistan having advantage of the height, they often target civilian areas after 29, and this creates literally a panic and sense of fear amongst the people. They're targeting civilian areas with the long guns, and this shows that how scared Pakistan was after the airstrike carried against the terror camps, which was in response of the Pahalgam terror attack.
In retaliation to avenge the deaths of the Pahalgam victims, India ensured that terror hubs, 9 targets in 25 minutes will be hit. In turn, Pakistan is targeting innocent civilians in Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistan is now in panic mode. Visuals accessed by India Today from Lahore, for example, now show people are seen panicking. They're rushing out on the streets. Now, there's no clarity about the source of the explosion and the reason for the blasts that people say they've heard, but there are air raid sirens that are being heard too. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, instead of trying to de-escalate the situation, is threatening India, saying India will have to pay. The Defence Minister Khwaja Asif is also playing a nuke threat card against India. That's what their top ministers are saying right now. Islamabad, meanwhile, is on the edge. An emergency has been declared across the capital city. Pakistan air bases are on alert.
भारत के बुज़दिलाना हमलों में 26 मासूम शहरी शहीद और 46 जख्मी हुए, इनमें बच्चे और ख़वातीन शामिल। कौम खराजे अकीदत पेश करती है और पूरा पाकिस्तान इन शोहदा के ख़ानदानों के साथ है और ज़ख्मियों की सेहत याबी के लिए दुआ गो है।
बहुत हाय और किसी वक्त भी कुछ हो सकता है, लेकिन आज जो नेशनल सिक्योरिटी कमेटी की मीटिंग हुई है उसमें पाकिस्तानी अफवाज को जो है ये इख्तियार दिया गया है कि वो जो भी अगर कोई हरकत होती है और जो रात को जो कुछ जो है उसके कोई रिस्पॉन्स जो है वो तरतीब जो है वो पाकिस्तान की अफवाज करेंगे, शेयर करेंगे। तो अल्लाह ताला खैर करेगा इंशाल्लाह। कोई ऐसी बात नहीं है, रात को भी हमने उनको मुँह तोड़ जवाब दिया है, ये पहले कुछ नहीं रह गया। तो अब हो सकता है वो फिर कोई ऐसी बात करे जो रात को जो सब कुछ गंवा बैठा है उसको रिकवर करने के लिए वो कोई फिर कोई ऐसी हरकत करे।
इंशाल्लाह ताला ये पाकिस्तान के बहादुर और गयूर अवाम इनके आंखें खोलेंगे और इनको दिखाएंगे कि हम जंग के हामी नहीं हैं, ना हम जंग के हामी रहे हैं, लेकिन अब आपने हमला किया है। आपने पाकिस्तान के बेगुनाह शहरियों पे, हमारा बेगुनाह बच्चों पे हमला किया है, हमारे सरजमीन पे हमला किया है। अब उनको तैयारी और हौसला रखना पड़ेगा, इसलिए पाकिस्तान का जवाब अब आना है।
My colleague Shivani Sharma has been reporting from the line of control where basically Pakistan military is targeting Indian civilians in J&K. Shivani, tell me about the panic that you sense from Pakistan's side. The statements coming in from the opposition or ruling party leaders, panic on the streets in Lahore as we are putting out these visuals from the blast and the explosions that have been heard. What are you picking up? What is happening at the border and in the establishment in Pakistan?
See, the aftermath of Operation Sindoor in Pakistan is quite evident, and there's a combination of panic, false narrative, and the attack on civilians from Pakistani posts. So this is what is happening right now in Pakistan, where Pakistan remains agitated after the Operation Sindoor strikes were successful. They destroyed the terror outfits out there. And in Pakistan right now, what we are seeing are reports of certain blasts in Lahore. There are 3 locations where these blasts has happened in Lahore. And since past midnight, Pooja, we've been witnessing a lot of news that was there on Pakistan media that was saying that some drone has been downed, the Indian drone has been downed. But all these reports remain unconfirmed and unverified, because no such attack, there's no official confirmation of any kind of strike from India's side so far after Operation Sindoor. And remember, after Operation Sindoor also, within minutes, India had released the official information about what it had done. So there's no strike that's happening from India, but whatever we are witnessing inside Pakistan seems to be its internal blast, internal bombs. What we have also picked up from the sources in Pakistan, that there was some mock drills that were going on, or some operational drills that were going on inside Pakistan, conducted by its own forces. Some mishap or some flaw or some kind of explosion must have happened. It can be related to that, because no other action from India has been reported so far. So this is what we are picking, that there's a lot of panic. And on the LoC, we've been reporting how Pakistan has been hitting innocent civilians.
I hope the people of Pakistan start to question their establishment, that this panic that they have to face is because of the harbour and support to terrorism that Pakistan establishment and military have done for decades. India always wanted better relationship with Pakistan, but look what Pakistan has become, even for its civilians, because of support to terror outfits. Thank you very much, Shivani. Stay safe. I'll keep coming back to you in a short while. I have some big news coming in. Let's take a look at that, because at this juncture, remember, India also has to be on the high alert. Indian Railways will have to be on high alert, remember, at a juncture like this. There is vigil coming in for possibly Pakistani intelligence and nefarious elements that will want to snoop on the trains. And that is why there has been high alert that government has sounded as a grave national security alert, that do not reveal military train movements. This is as much, of course, when it comes to the railways. All the viewers watching right now have to be very cautious in the information that is being put out with regard to any movement. Remember, the advisory has come out already, but this is reiterating because Pakistan will want to hit India in ways, as you can already see. If the Pakistan military is targeting our civilians at the border, there is no differentiation that it does when it comes to civilians or military when it comes to India. Center warning the railway staff against Pakistan plot. Do not reveal military train movements. Pakistan will want to spy on the military train movement specifically. So every caution has to be observed when we talk about any sort of security detail and have to be very cautious. Piyush Mishra joins me for the latest on that. Piyush, right now, I understand India will be on a high alert in different areas. What are you picking up about specifically with regard to why Railways has this advisory, how it must be followed?
Well, Pooja, we have spoken to our sources in Railways and they have told us that this advisory is always there in place, but this time it has again been issued. Looking at the current situation, these sources in Railway believe that the radical Islamists sponsored by Pakistan could attack the military movement, and that is why they have asked all the railway employees not to reveal the plan or movement of armed forces if they are going from one place to another using the mode of transport as train. And this has come in the wake of the operations also. Those have been carried out by Pakistan. The successful operation Sindoor. Looking at that, Pakistan could play some sort of dirty tricks and Pakistan intelligence people could ask few vital information from railway employees about the movement of Indian Armed Forces, and that is why this advisory has been issued asking the railway employees not to reveal any kind of information to anyone who asks about that except the official railway staff.
Piyush, keep tracking the latest on this. So any information that you may have, be very cautious, do not share, because Pakistan intelligence agencies will want to spy and we do not want any hit that comes into our military. Piyush, thank you very much for now. All right, the final report of this bulletin I bring to you about response that is coming from across India, and especially from our film stars. As Operation Sindoor was announced, as the details started to come in about the 9 terror targets hit, here's how our film stars reacting, saluting the armed forces for the brave action.
Justice is finally served. India has delivered a resounding blow to terror with Operation Sindoor. In the early hours of Wednesday, India launched a counter-attack targeting 9 terror sites across Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. The Indian film industry is standing in support of the nation. As the news broke, film stars were quick to salute the armed forces for their brave action. Megastar Rajnikant took to X and called the operation a fighter's fight. The actor expressed his solidarity with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Indian Army. Taking to X, Padma Vibhushan recipient Chiranjeevi Konidela hailed the Indian Army and wrote Jai Hind. Allu Arjun also took to social media and wrote, "May justice be served. Jai Hind." Meanwhile, Junior NTR prayed for the safety of the Indian Army. Anupam Kher, who has consistently supported the armed forces on public forums, wrote, "Bharat Mata Ki Jai." Keeping the momentum strong, Akshay Kumar also took to X to boost the morale of the Indian Army. Veteran actor Paresh Rawal responded to the operation, joining a growing list of voices backing the military action. Sonu Sood voiced his support through social media, saluting the armed forces and expressing solidarity with the nation. Actor-politician Kangana Ranaut shared multiple videos on her social media highlighting the operation. Ritesh Deshmukh and filmmaker Madhur Bhandarkar were among the first to react. They both took to social media to show their support for the Indian Armed Forces. Besides them, other actors and celebrities who backed the mission were Taapsee Pannu, Nimrat Kaur, Sunil Shetty, among others. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
This is a moment to stand united. This is not a moment to be neutral. It is to stand with India in this fight against terror. On that note, I'm wrapping up this bulletin for now. Thank you for watching. But stay tuned. When we return, Sneha Murdani tells you what possibly could be Pakistan's response here on. How could India then retaliate to that? More on the scenarios coming in after a very short break. Thank you for watching. Have a good day.
sorry.
सौगंध मुझे इस मिट्टी की, मैं देश नहीं मिटने दूंगा, मैं देश नहीं मिटने दूंगा, मैं देश नहीं झुकने दूंगा। मेरी धरती मुझसे पूछ रही, कब मेरा कर्ज चुकाओगे? मेरा अंबर मुझसे पूछ रहा।
और बड़ी खबर, भारत ने सिंधु जल समझौता निलंबित कर दिया है।
कब अपना फर्ज निभाओगे? मेरा वचन है भारत माँ को, तेरा शीश नहीं झुकने दूंगा। अब घड़ी फैसले की आई, हमने है कसम खाई, हमें फिर से दोहराना है। और खुद को याद दिलाना है, न भटकेंगे न अटकेंगे। कुछ भी हो इस बार, हम देश नहीं मिटने देंगे, हम देश नहीं मिटने देंगे। सौगंध मुझे इस मिट्टी की।
म्यूचुअल फंड्स सही है। द न्यू टिगवा आर लाइन,